Good morning, Leopo Shazi, Ms. Shazi, and Mulebacheng.
Okay. Now, if I say share, yeah, go to window. Go to, but it's the wrong version. Is it the wrong version? I want version 3. Okay. No. Go to share again. Leave. Okay. Now go to share again. Ignore everything down there. Click to Windows. The window. And there's it here. But you should actually open it. You got it as a read only. So don't close anything.
Studies of AIDS. You meet her in a room at school during your visit. Whenever she speaks to you, she looks at you. Yeah? And then she stays at the
so then about the research to bring us favorable weather for the rest of the day along the southwest coastline. The rain will spread it.
Like and check it. Oh, again, think about that. We check out like 64 or 59. Can be 2 seats. Expecting to stay, no more charge. I have.
Yeah, no, food definition.
Yeah.
And I still got WhatsApp.
Hey, because of
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody that is logged in and those that are joining us through our YouTube link. I want to welcome you, especially to this important event. Mr. Koza, I note your hand is up. I want to first request that we follow or observe some protocols. Everybody must please mute their mics unless they are invited to speak or they are recognized if they've raised their hand. And please, no videos unless you are on the podium responding or you are speaking. And let's try and keep it that way so that we respect the people that are on the podium at the particular time. And we will recognize you. If you've got questions, just gently raise your hand and we will then notice you and then you can raise your issues. If you're putting anything in the chat bar, I would request that somebody take note of all the issues as they come in the chat bar so that you read them out and then we can, reflect them back to the plenary so that everyone is aware of the questions that are being raised. I'm now going to just recognize Mr. Koza. I think it was Koza. If you had your hand up, sir.
Thank you. I was covered. I was just trying to say let's all mute. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to now declare our meeting open and to welcome you all to this special event, which is a feedback summit, where we're going to be hearing feedback in terms of the achievements that we have had over the many months since our first summit, which was highlighting the crisis in the child and youth care work sector in this country and how it impacts the welfare of children and youth. And I am very happy that this summit is taking effect in the week where we're celebrating the International Child and Youth Care Week, with the theme valuing a resilient profession. And I'm very happy that most of us have managed to log in and support the seminars that have been happening since Monday. And today it is a beautiful day where we're all reflecting on what is happening in our country and the role that our child and youth care workers are playing. And I want to start by acknowledging also the guests that have started coming in. All of you are very important, and we're hoping that with the feedback that we're going to get, we will be re-energized, and we must not despair because a lot has been achieved. And I know that the reports from the different summit task teams will make us excited because so much has been done in the background, which is contributing to moving our sector of child and youth care work forward. And I know there will be other voices as well where we're feeling frustrated because things are not happening as fast as we want them to be. But I plead, and I'm humbly requesting that we listen and we connect with what is being reported, knowing that the current leadership structure, our board child and youth care work, will take the issues forward. And our important stakeholders that are here, our health and welfare SETA, DBE, QCTO, National Department of Social Development, and many other stakeholders that are in the house, the universities, and everyone that is contributing to making sure that our child and youth care work sector can grow and the recognition can be what we want it to be, are all committed to the same cause. So we will continue making sure that there is overlap between different boards. Information will be taken or handed over to the incoming board. So we should listen intently to today's feedback session. It is not a debate. It is not a new session. We're merely giving feedback in terms of what milestones we have reached since the first summit last year. So with those few words, I'm going to now take you through our program so that we realize how the program is going to go. We will start with the chairperson of the NACCW, who is a member of the SACSSP Council, Mr. Elwin Gallant, who will give the message of welcome. And I'm going to ask the gentleman whose camera, Sipe, please switch off your video. And I'm also going to just close my camera to allow the chairperson to come on. And with every speaker that is going to come, please just unveil your camera and then you can close it when you finish. Thank you. Ntate Gallant.
Good morning, Registrar and delegates to the summit. I just want to apologize. I've got a technicality with my laptop here. The camera doesn't seem to switch on. But I know some people know my beautiful face because I've been reflected during this week. It gives me, therefore, a pleasure as the National Chairperson of the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers to give a warm, hearty welcome to all of you that are connected here on Microsoft Teams for our feedback summit. I want to say thank you very much for the South African Council of Social Service Professions, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, for making it happen during this week, the International Week that we're celebrating child and youth care work. And as the registrar has mentioned, the theme, valuing a resilient profession. I want to welcome, therefore, also those that are connected, especially the members of the South African Council of Social Service Professions, President and members, the Chairperson and members of the Professional Board for Social Work, the Chairperson and members of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, our stakeholders who are going to give feedback as reflected there in our program on the issues pertaining to feedback for the summit. And as has been mentioned, the milestones reached in terms of all the matters that were addressed in the previous summit. I would also like to welcome our child and youth care workers, those who are connected on YouTube and receive the link to be with us today. Our child and youth care workers started on Tuesday and were connected in various of these seminars as mentioned, and they were praised and recognized, and appreciation was shown to them for the resilient work they are doing in the field. And I think they are today all ears to hear from those that are going to give feedback, because we are saying, despite this valuing the profession, we also have a crisis in child and youth care sector in South Africa, and it has also an impact on the welfare of children and youth. And I trust and hope that going forward, that this summit will also reflect and give to those child and youth care workers some sense of hope and understanding that we also want to do something different in their lives. And therefore, in closing remarks, I just want to quote from Ken Blanchard. He reminds us as leaders that it is not always about ourselves, but what we are doing, we are investing in the growth and development of others in all the work that we do. And our patron, Dr. Don Matera, always reminds us, if we want to go forward, let us not go alone. When we get on our marks and we get set and go, let's look behind and take others also with us. Once again, a warm and hearty welcome, and we wish you all the best going forward in this summit. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ndate Elwin Gallant, Member of Council and Chairperson of the NACCW. I want to just recognize especially members of Council before I invite the Vice President, Ndate Donald Ngonyama, to take to the stage. I want to recognize Ndate Kabasia, who is a Member of Council and EXCO, Merciful Lekhodu, Member of Council and EXCO, Dr. Swanson, Member of Council and Chairperson of the ETD Committee of Council, Mr. Harris, Member of Council and the EXCO, Ms. Morake, Member of Council and also Member of ETD Committee, and also the Chairperson of the Board Social Work, Ms. Sharon Folentine, the Board Child and Youth Care Work members, starting with the Chairperson, Dr. Tambadou, and Mayor Pat Makina, Ausumpu Milituli, Dr. Alsop, and many other members of staff, Mayor Yunus Vilakazi, ETD Manager at Council, Mr. Vincent Tlabangane, Manager Registrations, and Dr. Lisiba, the Deputy Chairperson of the Board, Child and Youth Care Work. I now want you to join me in welcoming the Deputy President of Council, Mr. Donald Ngonyama, who's going to give the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of the Department of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Zulu, whom I think is going to join us at a later stage. The members of Council present and members of EXCO, the Registrar of Council and staff, Ma'am, I've just thanked you as well. Chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, and the members of the board, the Chairperson of the Professional Board Social Work and members of the board, the officials of the Department of Social Development, Ms. Koteka Noguduka, the Chief Director, Care Support in Schools from DBE, Dr. Muweti Hware, the HOD Community Studies from DUT, Dr. Paul Mbedzi, Chair of the Department of Social Work from UNISA, Dr. Verushni Nadison, the Senior Lecturer from UJ, the Child and Youth Care Workers who joined us today, all the different stakeholders who have made the time to join us, and all protocols observed. I would like to start by saying Happy International Child and Youth Care Workers Week. The theme Child and Youth Care Workers Week, valuing a resilient profession. And I also would like to appreciate all the message of support and events that took place throughout the week, as the chairperson of the NACCW has indicated. Many child and youth care workers in our country felt noticed and recognized. Today, we are gathering again to receive an update on the key activities of the Professional Board Child and Youth Care following the past summits held. We are doing this at the time when globally, child and youth care workers are commemorating their week dedicated to reflection, revival, and re-energizing themselves and gathering more courage and motivation to move the profession of child and youth care forward. I hope that today we will listen to feedback that will indicate to the sector that we are moving forward. During the first summit, I was asked to speak on the purpose of the day. I made mention of the child and youth care work profession, which is in crisis. I indicated that there is increasing frustration and disgruntlement amongst the child and youth care workers. South Africans, we are very good in talking. We also appear to be good in planning, but we appear to be slow in doing the actual work. I heard the registrar saying that we are going to be listening to good update on the work that has been done. But I need to indicate that we do take time when we respond to important issues. We need to balance the meetings, planning, and doing the actual work, and be as quick when we have to respond to the needs of people of our country. The summit has been a platform where we have been frank on issues that concerns the child and youth care workers sector. And allow me to continue along those lines, taking a few minutes, Madam Chairperson. The theme for the Child and Youth Care Workers Week for 2022, valuing a resilient profession, speak to the 47 years of the child and youth care workers' existence in our country. The profession that has so far had 3 professional boards in the council, each one serving for a period of 5 years. And the promises and broken promises made by the various sectors that have a duty to ensure that our children in this country are protected through addressing the challenges that face the child and youth care workers. We need to be honest to ourselves and say that the number of years of this profession does not match the developments that are seen. The so-called recognition of the child and youth care workers does not match the services that this cadre is providing to the children of our country in the child and youth care centers, in communities, in schools, and elsewhere where we find child and youth care workers. All of us who come to this summit share one vision for the children of our country. We need to have children who are protected from harm, children who grow up with a purpose, children who are supported and can be resilient and beat all odds against them, and the children who will take over from us, from all of us when we get to the stage where we are not able to, and when we have passed on. The hard question is, are we doing that with everything we have in us? With all the powers vested in us? With all the responsibilities that we have been charged with? Do we ever stop and ask ourselves if we are amongst those that are failing the children of South Africa? In that, also failing South Africa as a country? Do we ever realize that time matters, because as we delay children, the children continue to grow within the circumstances that they should be saved from? I once again want to call upon everyone who has the responsibility to make South Africa successful to stop saying just nice things that you believe people want to hear and make a commitment when people speak today. Can we get those commitments from the speeches we are going to listen to? In doing so, we need to value the tenacity shown by the child and youth care workers. We need to value the person who has made a lifetime decision to serve children. Your children, my children, our relatives' children, our neighbors' children, children of our community and children of our country who would otherwise not have the care and support that other children have. We must value this person who, just like any one of us, wishes they were recognized, supported, and made to feel that they are doing important work for this country by saving other people's children. We need to value this child that we all believe and stand in front of people saying we will leave no child behind. When in honest fact, we are leaving too many children behind because we do not seem to care about those that have to care for this child. We must all ask ourselves, why allow people to struggle if you can help avoid it? Why make people work so hard to do the right thing when we can all agree to work together with speed and make things happen? I'm saying this understanding that people believe they are working, but the sector out there believes that the people who are thinking they are working, they are not moving as fast as they would want to see them move. We need to value the leadership of the professional board who are calling summits like this with the hope that after every summit, we will see a difference. The honest fact is that child and youth care workers continue to feel frustrated and feel like there are negative forces working against them. Let us not be those forces that work against them, but let's be that forces that make concerns addressed. We need to value the association, the NACCW, that has worked for 47 years to build a profession, and the workforce that work with children who are vulnerable and at risk. The sector that spent 15 years getting the child and youth care work to be accepted and to be regulated under the council. In closing, I would like to end by quoting the message of support to the child and youth care workers in this week, written by Ms. Sharon Fullerton, the chairperson of the Professional Board for Social Work. And I quote, "Within the South African context, the child and youth care profession has demonstrated its resilience in multiple ways. It is said that resilience involves being aware of situations, of your reactions of these and the behavior of those around you, and then using appropriate strategies to cope with these situations. The child and youth care sector exemplifies this in the way it has and continues to tackle the multiple challenges that confront your profession. You come back stronger from setbacks. You seek and create opportunities and pathways for continued professional growth and recognition. And when others may have thrown in the towel, you somehow find the strength and energy to continue advocating for your profession." I close. With these remarks, I would like to wish the summit well, and may we all leave the summit at the end of the 2.5 hours feeling that we have committed and that we have agreed within some time frames so that we can respond to the need of the child and youth care workers of our country. Madam Registrar, the chairperson of the summit, thank you very much. That is my opening statement for the summit. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Ngonyama. That was very moving and coming from the heart. And I think we have all taken the message, very clear message about whether we're doing enough, whether we're talking enough, are we acting enough? And we need to strengthen the child protection system to make sure that we grow with the child and support that child that we so much care about, and continue to do good planning and actual work. So the implementation is important, and we need firm commitment from whoever is going to be giving us feedback or giving messages of support. It needs to translate into some tangible things. So with those words, Ntate Ngonyama, we thank you so much for your hearty speech. And I want to now welcome the chairperson of the board, Dr. Tambadou, who is going to give us a general update and presentation. Join me in welcoming Dr. Tambadou.
Thank you very much. My presentation. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, is my presentation clear?
Yeah, it is. You can just put it in presentation mode so that it's big enough, but it is on the stage.
Just struggling to do that now.
You can go ahead, Dr. Tambadou, it's fine. I'm sure they can see.
Well, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to provide an update report from the 6th of May and the 9th of November 2021 summit of the crisis in the child and youth care sector. I just want to say that we have to understand why we started the collaboration around the summits as a professional board by understanding the background of the crisis in the child and youth care sector and understand how the summit is going to respond to some of the progress that we've made in this time. The first point, if I could just get to my next slide, it's not moving. Thank you. Is that the inequities in the public sector occupational specific dispensations for childcare workers compared to social workers and community development workers, and that glass ceiling on the employment opportunities for child and youth care workers was clearly our concern. We are grateful today to have an update report from the Department of Social Development on the business case that is being developed to address this, and we're appreciative of that. We've also been concerned of the lack of a directorate or positions for child and youth care workers at national DSD and provincial DSD to drive transformation in the profession. And the professional board would like to reinforce for this, we would like to see child and youth care workers appointed within the departments, appointed at national and provincial level, so that the advocacy and the championship for the child and youth care workers is given due attention. In addition, the DSD recruitment process often do not specify registration with South African Council as a requirement, and we wish that that would be given attention. We are also concerned that advertisements for child and youth care managers require social workers, not child and youth care workers. These adverts should say social service professions. And we are just grateful to announce that one of the board members, Ms. Mpumi Lutuli, in Gauteng department, managed to break through this glass ceiling, and it's a good example for other provinces and for national, in that she had been appointed a manager of child and youth care centers, and we are very proud of this achievement. And I think that to congratulate the Gauteng department for this initiative. We're also concerned that it continues to be the case that child and youth care workers are supervised by social workers, and according to regulations, that is not what is expected. Have I got the next slide up there? Okay. Just to also say that many qualified NGOs and CBO childcare workers are still earning stipends, not salaries. And this is a great concern in the field. because it has implications for their status, implications for their professionalization, and of course, implications for the dignity of the profession. And I think that that was also clarified in the earlier speech as well, that children need the people who care for them to be experiencing the level of respect and dignity. We also are concerned that there are few tertiary institutions offering child and youth care degrees or postgraduate qualifications. And for this, we are grateful to have DUT and other universities giving us an update on this matter today. There are also few bursaries for child and youth care workers for degree studies, and we have both HWCTA and DUT who are going to speak to some of these opportunities a little bit later. Also, the exclusion of child and youth care workers in DSD internship programs. We expressed our concern that internship opportunities for unemployed childcare workers were not part of the DSD internship program. And at our first summit in May, we made this point and appealed to HWCTA to respond. We are very grateful to say HWCTA did hear us, and 100 unemployed child and youth care workers were given the opportunity to work in education settings in KwaZulu-Natal. And I think already the rewards have paid off, because we've heard the wonderful work these child and youth care workers in KZN have done in terms of the flooding in the province, and how they were hands-on, direct workers right there in the districts and in the schools, responding and supporting school children. And so we just want to note that there has been progress on that through the support of HWCTA, and that's why I think it's great to have these kinds of forums where our points can be raised and other stakeholders come on board to support us. And of course, one of our big crises is that there are too few child and youth care workers at professional levels. We need for them to be supervised, and for supervisors and for lecturer positions, for level 5 training and for degree studies. And so we need to make sure that we consciously shift the auxiliary level child and youth care workers into the professional level, so that we have a stronger team of child and youth care workers out in the field. This slide here is just to share the status of registration in council at the moment. It's a good news story, because at the last summit in November, we reported that we had 12,000 odd child and youth care workers who were registered. We are pleased to say now that we have approximately 500 more that have joined this registration number, indicating that there are 12,613 people registered. Our concern still remains, if you look at the auxiliary child and youth care workers, it is 66%, 8,358 that are in the auxiliary category. And if you look at the professional level, there are only 200. And that is 2%. So that's exactly what the crisis is that we are trying to shift. We want to move towards a larger number of professionals. We're grateful to see that about 282 are registered for studying at professional level through DUT mainly. We're grateful for DUT, and we're grateful that this might shift our numbers to 4%, which is doubling what we have at the moment. This slide I thought I wanted to share because it was important for me as well. The fact that we are a women's workforce, that in the context of so much of discussion around gender sensitivity, we are looking at the child and youth care workforce that is 79% women. And we always talk about the fact that we need to give attention to dignifying women and to making sure that our women's workforce in South Africa are given equal opportunities for development, for growth, for aspiration, as well as for opportunity. And I raise this in the context of the sector and of the next slide as well, because one of our concerns at the moment is that we have a large number of child and youth care workers who, for reasons, have not been able to pay up their fees and are poised for deregistration. This is a slide that is concerning. I think you just need to look at particularly the section on child and youth care workers at auxiliary level, that 6.8 73% of them that are poised for being deregistered. Now, the reasons could be that they have not filled in their forms properly. The reasons could be that they need administrative support from council to support them in doing their registration. It could be as well exactly the crisis that we mentioned, that the lack of salaries, the stipends, the unemployed status has made it difficult for them to pay their fees. We cannot have a large number of child and youth care workers deregistered. We cannot have child and youth care workers not registered providing services to children in our country. It's not acceptable. So I think we want to say that as the professional board, we're joining hands with our registration division. We're going to analyze this data. We're going to look at who are these people, who are their employers, which provinces they come from, do they work for department, do they work for the NGO sector, and clap hands together in creating an outreach for a restoration drive. So we would appeal to all child and youth care workers who are not registered and employers who know that your child and youth care workers are not registered to please identify yourself and come to our registration divisions, directly to the registrar if you need to the professional board members, to make yourselves known so that we can assist you with your crisis in whichever way we possibly can. With the next slide here, I just want to note that the Summit on the Crisis of the Child and Youth Care Sector was held on the 6th of May and on the 9th of November 2021. 76 people attended the summit and 2,362 live streamed in for the first summit in May. 71 people attended the summit and 11,222 live streamed in. And so that shows the interest in the field for the summit. I think we've recognized as well that the professional board has recognized that systemic change requires multi-stakeholder cooperation, including state bodies. We can't do this on our own. We need all the relevant stakeholders to come on board, to understand our issues and to share the crisis with us and help us respond to it. So our purpose with the summit was to create a platform to provide an understanding of long-standing challenges faced by the child and youth care profession, to provide a platform to engage with all key relevant stakeholders on issues facing the child and youth care profession, and to agree on practical, actionable steps to address the challenges. And of course, today will be a chance to give you some feedback on that. To do this, we had set up 3 thematic groups that were formed to address the issue: the occupational specific dispensation task team, which was going to focus on the business case to be developed by the Department of Social Development for presentation to DPSA, and we are going to get some feedback on that today. The higher education task team to look at how could we get universities on board and look at opportunities for auxiliary child and youth care workers to professionalize, and we're getting some feedback from that task team today. And of course, we identify the district development model task team. South African Council for Social Service Profession has been working with COCTA to look at a memorandum of understanding that will be signed to look at social service professions, child and youth care workers and social workers being well entrenched in the district development model. And we've already seen with the HWCTA support of the unemployed interns in KZN that was a demonstration of the district development model in action in disaster times. My next slide. Not going there. Sorry. Is here to say that since the November meeting in 2021 until May 2022, a total of 7 formal meetings were held by the professional board for childcare workers. Just to say, there have been many bilateral meetings in between, and we've engaged with the following stakeholders: national government, national DSD and DBE, training bodies, HWCTA and SACSSP, academic institutions, DUT and UNISA, donor development agencies, including UNICEF. And so just to say that, in conclusion, that we have entrenched strong partnerships with key relevant stakeholders, and DUT, HWCTA, DBE, UNISA, SACSSP, and universities need to be noted. And we are excited to get a feedback from DBE on how our negotiations has taken us further. We have expanded the setting for the deployment of childcare workers, and DBE will talk about it. We have created greater awareness of the challenges faced by child and youth care workers. However, there is a need to be more decisive for more relevant responses to the crisis in the childcare worker from DSD and other stakeholders to avoid an escalation of the crisis in the sector. There's a need for greater commitment from DSD and the NPO sector to rigorously follow and manage the implementation of professional registration and regulation by child and youth care workers in both government and NPO employment. And we have created a foundation for multi-sectoral advocacy for child and youth care work as a legacy. And we hope that the next professional board will continue to bring about the felt changes for child and youth care workers and alleviate the crisis. Thank you very much, Madam Registrar.
Thank you, Dr. Tambadou, for a moving presentation on an update of what we have achieved, and I'm so excited to actually recognize that it's a full year. So today it's 1 year anniversary since we started this first summit in 2020 on the 6th of May. So it is a good coincidence. Maybe it's not even a coincidence. It's good. The universe is in alignment that we started our first webinar on the 6th. And today we are sitting here giving a year's milestone of what happened, between the 6th and the 9th of November to date. Like I said, work has been happening in the background, and I'm happy that with your presentation, you've highlighted very important issues that will be addressed by the various task teams and the crisis that we might face with the deregistration challenge that you've highlighted, and I'm really hoping that we will get to the bottom of it. And it requires an integrated approach to make sure that there is a joint partnership between employer, the board, the council, and everybody else that is concerned, the department, national department, the health and welfare sector, and everybody, so that we can resolve this issue and continue to empower our child and youth care workers, because it is an investment that we've made in these people. So we cannot afford not to have them being employed. We cannot afford to have them just sitting at home with the experience that they've amassed over the years. And we know that there are issues on the ground that requires their early intervention. So thank you, Dr. Tambadou, for that presentation and reflection. I want you to now join me in welcoming Mr. Alfred Harris, Member of Council, who is going to give an update on business case. Dr. Harris.
Colleagues, good morning, and I'm greeting you from a wet Cape Town, and I hope where you are it is not as wet as it is here. It's only my duty to introduce my colleague that's been working on the business case. I'm not switching on my camera, colleagues. I didn't shave for a couple of days, so I wouldn't want this face to be seen by the whole wide world, so I'm going to keep my camera off. So I'm going to introduce my colleague from the National Department of Social Development, Ms. Amanda Vukwana. Ms. Vukwana, I welcome you in this meeting, and I just want to ask you to fly the presentation so that the sector can become aware of the work that has been done in the background, as the registrar said, over the last couple of months since our meeting. So over to you, Ms. Vukwana. Thank you. And colleagues, can I just ask that you please note your questions, and at the end of the presentation, we will then be able to ask questions to the presenter. Thank you, colleagues. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Alfred. And good morning, everyone. And good morning to those who are on social media. and to the chairperson and the president and registrar and everyone else. I will be taking you through the update in terms of the project plan, which culminates from the business case, which we agreed and talk about in our stream, which is the stream of occupational specific dispensation. Can you move the slide, Secretariat? As I've said, I'll be providing some progress and the update to the team or to the members in terms of the project plan, especially on the issues of job description enhancement. Remember, we came up with a project plan with timeframes and activities in terms of what needs to happen around the process of the job description enhancement. I just wanted to indicate upfront to say, though our stream or the work team is saying occupational specific dispensation, we agreed that the name or the naming convention for that stream should be changed, because the issue of the OSD is DPSA competency. And remember, DPSA and organized labor indicating that departments should not touch that space. But of course, there are areas that we need to look at. They gave us, you know, some permission to look at other areas like your job description, which is the descriptors and other areas. But other things need to be taken care by DPSA. Going, Secretariat. The next slide. With regard to the update, members of this summit, I will just zoom to the last column, which talks to the progress and update. Remember, we were requested, or we agreed that one of the issues that needs to happen is to identify the face or the champion from social development that will be able to lead on issues of child and youth care worker, on the issues of policy, on the issues of decision making, on the issues of technicality, where there are discussion, so that a champion will have to lead. So as a department, we had to sit down and engage in terms of coming up with amicable a way of identifying that champion. So at this point in time, as a department, we have identified a representative or a champion that will be leading on those areas from a DSD point of view. And at this point in time, colleagues and members, we have now put up a submission or a memo, which our acting DG is going to approve the identification of the champion. So which means we are saying that submission is underway, and therefore we will be able to indicate who is the champion and so forth and so forth. The other thing that we want to raise is at this point in time, as government, there is a challenge of the funding. If I may, I will just refer to the budget cuts that, as the public service has encountered or experienced during 2016-2017, which is the 3-year MTEF, 2016-17, 17-18, 18-19, and even in the outer years. Our department as social development received a cut of 70 million. So that 70 million in the first year, the cut was 30 million, and the 40 million came in the outer years. So in the other years, we received another cut of the budget. Remember, colleagues, there was a challenge of ESCOM where we have to inject as government some money to ESCOM, and the other one to is the fees must fall. So therefore that adversely impacted on the compensation of employees, which we could not create positions that are exiting the organization, we could not fill. So the reason why I'm raising this, what the department has done at this point in time, there will be a staggered approach exercises that will happen. We are not saying we are not addressing issues, but there is at this point in time a representative that will be looking at these areas. So which is therefore, we will inform the council, we will inform, the board as soon as that approval is done. That is number one. Number two, we presented to you in the last meeting, we gave you an update about the job descriptions, what we have done as the team, because last time we invited provinces, we invited the board of child and youth care. They formed part of that process where we looked at the anomalies and the challenges that are faced on the descriptors, especially on the issue of the job description. Remember, the OSD was implemented just before the professionalization was implemented. So there were challenges around that. So which is therefore, we had to look at those pockets where there are challenges. Hence, we came in the last meeting, we present to you the revised or the enhanced job description, where we spoke about the issue of the qualifications, where we spoke about the descriptors in terms of strengthening the descriptors and look at what are the issue of qualification, what are the descriptors that we would want to see an ideal situation in terms of the futuristic for this cadre. We look at that and I must say there is an output in terms of that draft enhanced job description. But over and above that, we had to come back to the department because remember, whatever that we are doing, the leadership of the organization, which DSD has to know and understand what we are doing as the team. So the advices at that time was saying, can we look at the qualification of this cadre in terms of what are the qualifications that we are having within the cadre at this point in time, especially from the numbers that the chairperson was presenting earlier on across provinces. So we have started with the process, members, where we have developed a template that we submitted to all provinces, social development provinces. But I must say, we have not yet touched the space of the NPO, the private sector, and so forth and so forth. But we are still in-house in terms of social development provinces. We have submitted the template where we are requesting or we are conducting a qualification audit for us to determine and understand the level of qualification and education, especially to all the CYC officials. So I must say to date, members, we have received the information or the data from the 3 provinces. So we are starting now to analyze the magnitude of the work, because you look at all the qualification and see what is, where are we in terms of that. You will see in the last 2 slides in terms of where we are around that audit. But we have, we are now waiting for the data from the other provinces, but we are talking to those provinces to submit the information. Continue, Secretariat. In terms of the third part, we indicated that we need to develop a business case. The business case which will be having all these factors or categories in terms of your context, your mandate, the scope of practice, and so forth and so forth. The reason why we indicated that we need a business case, because as and when we are finalizing the process, or as and when each step or the process of this enhancement is done, we take the information and we infuse it to the business case. And the business case is the one that is going to guide the discussion within the DPSA and the National Treasury, as well as even the organized labor at a later stage when we are supposed to report back. As well as, remember, we need to engage further the broader stakeholder about the process and the work that we have done. So this business case that we are developing, it is a guiding document and also a document that will be showing what we have done in terms of the to show the contextual and the concept, the conceptualization of the process. So there is a draft, colleagues, of a business case which is talking about at this point in time is at a macro level to show us where we are. So even the issue of the audit is going to be infused in the business case. So as soon as we are done with that business case and so forth, we are going to start engaging the critical stakeholders, not forgetting that we've got a broader stakeholders, which is the cadre itself. So we are going to do that. But we've got your ex-cause, we've got your main cause, we've got the council that is leading in terms of the professionalization, the regulation. So the same business case will have to be taken. We've got HSDS and MINMEC, where minister is. So therefore, colleagues, we are going to start doing that. As you can see, the number 4 is saying we will be able now to update and present this business case to all various governance structures. And of course, we are saying the council, because is leading on the regulation, on the professionalization, given the fact that we are looking at this life cycle approach. So therefore, everything that we are doing, we will be able, through the leadership of the organization, to take it through to them. The next slide is now talking to the update in terms of the synopsis around the issue of the qualification. Colleagues and members, the audit that we have done, we have received it from the 3 provinces, province, the Free State, the Mpumalanga, and the Northern Cape. So we, as for now, we are showing you that synopsis. But I must say, when it comes to the qualification, you can be able to see here, this slide is showing you the range of qualifications that the cadre of child and youth care is having on the ground. You can see that it is ranging from grade 10. From Free State, you can see we've got the matric plus CYC certificate. We've got national diploma in child and youth development. We've got quite a number of qualifications. So which is we are trying here to show you so that when we are continuing with the issues of RPL and so forth, we will be able to understand where are we sitting as a country in terms of the qualification for this cadre. Can we show the Mpumalanga Secretariat? From the Mpumalanga, can you go to the next slide to show the Mpumalanga? Can you move Secretariat to the next? Thank you so much. Members, if you can look at the Mpumalanga, that is now in Mpumalanga, you can be able to pick the peak of the qualification. There are BA degrees in correctional studies, a BA degree in counseling psychology. We are having national diploma in internal auditing. So there are a range of qualification with regard to the Mpumalanga workforce, because if you look at that, this is the workforce of Mpumalanga. And if you look at the bigger chunk, which is 31, those ones are having the certificate in child and youth care, and followed by the 19, which is having national diploma in child and youth care, I should think so. And then we've got the 8, and which are having child and youth care worker. I think that is a certificate, if I'm not mistaken. And the other one is NQ level 4 in child and youth care worker. So this is how we have analyzed this qualification. The last one is your Northern Cape. Can we move Secretariat? If you look at the Northern Cape members, the big chunk goes to the 75, which we are having the certificate, which is we are having CYC level 4 certificate, and that is followed by 33 in terms of some of them are, you can see that one, there are no qualification, but the 32 are having N2F level 4 and follows by the 20 with grade 12 metric. So this is the audit that we are currently conducting, so that at this point in this audit will be able to help us and determine where we are seated as a department and as a country in terms of the qualification. And I should think going forward, at a later stage, we will be able to tap to the NPOs and private sector, but it might not be now because we need to finish our provincial departments in terms of this qualification. So in terms of the way forward, can you move to the way forward slide? We are saying the report on the qualification audit will have to be developed, and there is a timeline where we have indicated to provinces, at least by end of this month, which is the May, they should submit all the necessary information so that this report can be consolidated and submitted in order for us to understand the broader picture or the macro picture of where we are sitting. Number 2, we are saying the representative will be introduced to the council upon receiving the approval by the DG. So we will be introducing as soon as we receive that. Lastly, the issue of the draft business case to serve before various governance structures. And we are saying this qualification audit will also be infused in the business case, and we will go back to these critical structures of the organization and present the update in terms of where we are about the progress of what we are doing at this point in time. I should think that was the last slide, Secretariat. I will put a pause, and my recommendation is saying we are requesting the delegates to note the progress update that is presented by the department. I thank you, and I'm giving you back the podium, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warner. Please don't take the slides off. Can you please have the slides back on, Lebo? Can you please go? Just don't take it, or just keep the slides on. I think we have to work through the slides so that we can ask particular questions. I'm going to ask us just to go to the first slide. Lebo, can you just go to the first slide? Other one, next one. Yes, this is the slide that we want. First of all, we the professional board acknowledge the work that was done by the HR division at council at the department to come up for what we have seeing in front of us. Our question would be that the person that we are going to appoint from the professional board side, we hope that the person does have a full understanding and has qualifications in child and youth care. If not, then we need to know how are we going to make sure that we get the best out of this position of this person, so that the work that this person is going to be doing is clearly going to be structured in a way that will move the field forward rapidly and at speed, so that we do not just talk, but that the work actually be done. That is my first question, colleagues. Is anyone got any questions on this first slide? Can we just talk now, please? The registrar has asked that we must raise our hands if you want to speak, so don't let us, please raise our hands if you want to speak. I see Merle. Merle, you can go.
Thank you for recognizing me, and thank you to Ms. Fukwana for her presentation. She has always, I know, tried to work very hard in this area of realizing the rights of child and youth care workers, and we are most grateful for that. I would just like to have a greater level of clarity around this particular position, because I do think if we are wanting to have someone from within the national department champion, and I think that's the word that keeps being used, champion child and youth care work, then I cannot see that it cannot be a child and youth care worker. I recognize that we have difficulties, in relation to funding across the country and in our civil service as a whole, but I think that there are ways to deal with this kind of situation creatively. And I just would like to see, is there a way that we could make sure that this person is a child and youth care worker, or is this a cut and dried decision that the department has made that is being that we are receiving today? Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Can I just ask colleagues that you just keep on, from the National Department, just keep making notes. I'm going to give an opportunity after the third speaker, which will be Mr. Simpiwe Nzama. The next speaker is Mr. Benny. Benny, you can unmute your mic and speak, please. Otherwise, we'll have to move on.
Thank you. I thought it was Nzama first, but it's okay. I'll speak. I wanted to check if this thing of your job description, does it talk to the realignment of child and youth care? Because I think we've addressed this in the past in terms of career pathing in child and youth care. Does it talk to that particularly institution? Because we've engaged on the issue of the directorate and so forth, managers child and youth care. So will these things that you're busy with talk to the issue of the realignment within the child and youth care fraternity? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Simpiwe.
Hi, colleagues. Good morning. I think my question is based on the identified representative from the national office. They will be championing the child and youth care as a sector. And I think the question that I want to pose to this meeting is for clarity seeking, because I think with regard to the recruitment processes within the department, there are procedures that's already in place. So is the national department going to advertise the post? Because we believe that we would like to have a champion who is qualified as a child and youth care worker, who has a greater understanding in terms of where the sector is going and where the sector is currently. And I think from the various engagement that we had as a province in Gauteng with national departments, national could not bring or forth the person who have a clear understanding in terms of childcare issues. So it's a bit of a worry maybe for me to have a representative from national whom maybe most of us we do not know, and we do not know whether the person has a greater understanding in terms of where the sector is supposed to be and where the sector is supposed to be moving forward. And the second question will be with regard to the 3 provinces that have been identified in terms of benchmarking the qualification and so forth. And I know that it was, according to the presentation, it was Free State, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga. And in a country where we have 9 provinces, and I think KZN and the Gauteng and Western Cape, they've got a greater pool of care workers in terms of the qualification and so forth. How about maybe national use those provinces in terms of doing the benchmarking with regard to the numbers that we have on the ground in terms of the people who are having the relevant qualifications and moving forward? And I think that will paint a bigger or a much more greater picture with regard to how many care workers who are qualified within the country. Because if we were to benchmark with the 3 that have been forenamed, I think they do not create a greater picture with regard to the sector as a whole within the country. Thank you.
Can you lower your hand, please, Mrs. Nzama? Fiona, you're going to be first in the next round, so just keep your hand up. I'm now going to allow the National Department of Social Development to respond to the questions that was raised. Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Alfred. And we thank you, members, for the clarity seeking and the inputs received. Let me start with the latter question from the last speaker around the issue of the qualifications and the audit. With regard to the audit, members of the summit, all provinces are involved in the process of the qualification audit. As I've alluded, the template was sent to all provinces. We are not using these 3 provinces as a benchmark. We are still expecting other provinces to submit, but what we are presenting now and showing you, it is the data that we have already received from the 3 provinces. So we are expecting the other 6 provinces like your KZN, Gauteng, and so forth to submit, and we will analyze that information and then we'll show the macro picture in terms of where we are seated as a country or as social development in terms of the qualification. So as soon as I've said, we have requested them at least by end of May, which is this month, all provinces should have already submitted the data so that we can be able to analyze and put up that report that will be shared with everybody. That is number 1. The other question around the realignment of CYC, there was a question that is this process of job description a realignment of CYC? What we are not realigning the scope of practice. What we are doing in terms of the work or the work content, we had to look at the descriptors. Remember, colleagues, CYC in terms of OSD was implemented in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. Then the issue of the professionalization, it came after. So the issues of regulation, the issues of qualification, you will see, number one, on the issue of descriptors, the descriptors were not that clear in terms of what needs to be done, in terms of the activities, in terms of the duties. So we were trying to refine and not to clearly redefine, but to refine so that anyone can be able to understand the role and the activity of the child and youth care worker. For example, let me just make an example. One of the activity will be saying the CYC will be responsible for the combing of the hair and the feeding and so forth. So we were trying to relook at those things and so that it shows the meaningful in terms of today and tomorrow and going forward, because we are looking at where we are, we are looking at our future, and we are looking at the long term of you know, tomorrow we are not going to be here, our children will be here, but we are trying to look at that. So it was the descriptors, but we are not realigning and change everything, because the council has already put up the scope of practice and there are regulations that are regulating. And also the issue of the qualification, we said, because now there are evolving things in the cadre. For example, there is a handful that has got now at this point in time, you know, a qualification. What do we do about those things? So these are the things that we were looking at and we will be putting in this business case. When we sit with DPSA, we will inform them about the areas that are the changes that the department and the country has already embarked on. So my colleagues will also add, because I'm here with my colleagues, Alfred, Silo is here, Jameson is here, and then the acting DDG is here, Isabella. So we are going to help each other in terms of the things. Now, let's come to the issue of the advertisement and the champion. The department did not advertise any post. I just want to be upfront. There is no post that has been advertised. If you look at the presentation, presentation on the deliverable one is saying this representative is from the Branch Welfare Services, Chief Directorate, Child Protection. Remember, colleagues, as a department, we are leading, welfare services is leading on the life cycle approach on the issue of cradle to grave. So, which is therefore the work or the scope of work of the child and youth care. It is within that nature of the Children's Act. So, which is therefore we had now to look holistically in terms of which area within the welfare services that can be able to take and champion the function or the activities of the child and youth care, so that the work can start. Remember, I indicated to you about the issue of the budget, but we will, maybe, we don't know, maybe things will change in government tomorrow, but we do not know. Remember, now we are using money that we do not have. We are now in a debt of 3 trillion as public service and the country. So hence now we are having a challenge of creating positions. So therefore, we had looked at the homogeneous functionalities, the group families, because when we look at the welfare services, the group families in terms of the descriptors, they are within that area of welfare services. Hence, we have identified the representative within that. So therefore, colleagues, we have not identified, advertised, there is no post identified. And we have identified a representative, which we are going to go back as and when DG approved, we will come to the council and present to you everything that we have done. I'm not sure whether I have left. And I must say, in terms of this representative, this representative or the branch itself, let me just say the branch, it has got a greater understanding of the child and youth care, the space, as well as the sector. And it has got a greater understanding of where we are going. Remember, as a department, this is the mandate of the organization to ensure that we implement the mandate of social development. So therefore, colleagues, please, I want to request you to become and to understand that we are taking further the mandate of this organization, which is social development, which forms part as a child and youth care is part of that. And the issue of the life cycle approach, we are taking care of that as a department. I've got my colleagues here. I'm not sure whether they would want to add. They are saying no, and I'll give you back the podium again. Mr. Harris, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wakwana. And I just want to say that the questions that we ask is not aimed at Ms. Wakwana only, but we would like to hear the voices of the other colleagues at National Social Development in support of what Ms. Wakwana is saying. Just one thing that we want to make sure of is that the opportunity is going to be there for the professional board to be engaging with the department on when this person has been appointed and approved, so that we can then together see how this process is going to be taken forward. Is that what I understand, Ms. Wakwana, before I allow the other colleagues to ask?
We are here to respond, all of us, but as I'm leading in the project, I will lead in terms of the responses. So let's take the second round of the questions, and then we exhaust. And I'm seeing here as well our leadership, Mr. Kabasia, who can also help us in terms of responding, because he's the leadership of the organization. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Wakwana. Fiona, your question?
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I just want to query 2 points. One is for clarity to be given. The audit that's being done around the country, is it focused only on state officials, or is it including the private sector child and youth care field, or all social service practitioners? As I can see, there's others on it as well. And if it is being done for both state and for private sector, is there actual breakdown? Because it would be good to identify, like for us in the private sector, exactly what kind of numbers are coming out, which are sitting in the unqualified category. And then my second question is, what definition was used for qualified in this audit? Does it mean it's just a competency letter, or was it requiring that that person needs to have the actual certificate to be counted as qualified for this research? Because that to itself, if it is requiring the actual certificate, it will raise lots of questions. As we know, when those 10,000 child and youth care workers were being trained. A lot of them, majority, was community childcare workers, and a lot of pressure was put on the HWCTA to make sure they receive their certificates. Whereas in residential care, we have lots of child and youth care workers sitting for years, outstanding on the certificate, and still no responses, and we are waiting. So I just want to get, what is the benchmark for defining the qualification and qualified childcare workers there? Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Next, Mr. Kabasia, you are next, sir. Just lower your hand, please, Fiona.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks, colleagues, for the report that has been presented. Chair, I think the desires and the aspirations of the sector are noted in as far as the appointment of the champion is concerned. But I think the approach should be that we're taking one step at a time. And for me, the appointment of the champion does not mean that as part of the organizational realignment processes at national, there will be no effort to create a specific post or a unit that coordinates child and youth care work. I understand this to mean that in the immediate, there is a need to create a voice at the national level, someone we can be able to hold accountable as a sector, but someone also who the Department of Social Development National will be able to hold accountable in as far as driving issues raised in the sector are concerned. Certainly, I agree that it will be important that as we formalize this development, it must be done in a form of an organizational structure, creation of a position or a post with clear functions and requirements in child and youth care work. But that is a process that is long term. But in the immediate, we would know that we will have someone that we can call here as a sector from a program point of view to account to us on the issues that would have mandated that specific person to deal with and represent us in that regard. I also believe that once you have a person there as a champion, that person should be able to surround himself or herself with people with the technical knowledge and expertise in child and youth care work to guide the kind of work the person will therefore be doing. So I really want to appreciate this development, taking into cognizance the aspirations and the desires of the sector. I think the issues that have been raised are real, they are relevant, and they should be responded to. But this is a step in the right direction in as far as creating that voice that has been absent from a program point of view in the National Department of Social Development, so that the mandate to drive child and youth care work should not just rest with human resource colleagues. There must be that voice from the welfare environment, even though with the limitations that colleagues have already raised, which I believe National DSD has noted. But I think this is worth appreciating by all of us. It is a step in the right direction, and hopefully we'll be able to get it right and all our aspirations realized in this regard. The second point I want to make, Chairperson, is on the audit, and I acknowledge that only 3 provinces have submitted, and I also know that Gauteng would have been one of those that have not as yet responded, and my apologies for that. But I am certain that the picture that has been presented from the 3 provinces will be a common feature across all the 9 provinces, if it's not going to get worse in certain provinces. So what I want what I would like the summit to recommend to the task team or the work stream that deals with this area of work is that based on what as the findings unfolds, we need to develop a parallel plan of action to respond to these issues, because now it is throwing into the spanner the fact that you do not have a challenge of auxiliary child and youth care work being provided across the country, but you also have got a people with irrelevant qualifications given the responsibility to deliver child and youth care services. Now, we cannot wake up tomorrow and chase everybody away who's not qualified. So the question would then be, what will be the plan of action to reverse this trend? The first one is to make sure that provinces do not continue to appoint people who are not qualified, so that at least we know that we'll be dealing with a backlog that will be addressed over a period of time. So there must then be work that must be done by the council, by the National School of Government, the Health and Welfare Center. Firstly, to make sure that, number one, we must agree that we give everybody who is currently employed in the sector a number of years, even if we say 3 years, for everybody to obtain the qualification in child and youth care work, or to be processed through the recognition of prior learning process that is managed through the Health and Welfare Center and the council. And if we do that, we will then be sure that at the end of that particular time we would have agreed on anybody who does not present a qualification or have refused to participate in the RPL process must then be prepared to be moved outside the child and youth care environment. This process has happened in other department colleagues. We have seen it in education where people were appointed without qualifications, they've been moved out. In the Department of Health, you know that hospital CEOs used to be people who were not qualified in the fields of health. A department took a decision to move all those people out of that environment. So I think it would be important for the summit then, Chair, to make the specific recommendation to the work stream to go and work out a plan of action that will address the findings of the skills audit in detail, and will be able to get feedback at the level of the summit as and when we convene again in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gabasia. Mr. Buthelezi, you the speaker next.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, I must apologize, Chair, that I'm actually suffering a unstable network, and I hope that you'll be able to hear me throughout. I just have two inputs to make, one of which is a clarity-seeking question relating to the issue of the business case, which I'm not hearing quite clearly, because we would have had in our minds that the issue of OSD, as rightfully put and as confirmed by the recent public service summit, requires rather a holistic approach that will be inclusive of other professional OSDs, as you were. So we understood that particular point, and we think that the approach of the business case was supposed to actually assist us in moving us from where we are, whilst, you know, we are experiencing challenges. And you would note, Chair, that if you ask a child and youth care worker in any of the institutions that are employed by the Department of Social Development, whether or not they are happy or whether or not the morale is high, and clearly they will answer to the negative, because there are still serious challenges, and I think those challenges we've mapped them out and we have clarified them. But the business case was supposed to actually act as a point from where we are to a different kind of a point where it seeks to, try to change the conditions that child and youth care workers are suffering from. So it is not coming clear, but I'm having a serious challenge that DPSA, as a department that is a custodian of such discussions, previously was participating, but is no longer participating here, and we are not given reasons whether there has been withdrawal from the DPSA. What are those particular reasons for the withdrawal, if such is the case? And I think that we really need to, in the spirit of the collaborative effort that has been highlighted by the previous presenter, it requires that we also have the participation of the DPSA so that we get the information from the horse's mouth. So that particular issue, it requires attention, Chair, and I'm not sure to what extent have we followed up in that particular regard. But really, it's not coming clear, the business case, at what level it is, what is it, like from the concept of development and whether or not there is traction in it enjoying support. We're not getting a sense in that regard. But also, my last question, Chair, is to agree. But before I agree, Chair, is to say that there is an issue that has been reported by Umam Fokwana, which relates to the deregistration of child and youth care workers, which I think that issue must occupy our minds in regards to how we are going to try and mitigate against such. And I think that we need to have the reasons, firstly, as to why are we having a high number of child and youth care workers being deregistered. Issues of information sharing are child and youth care workers, and I think really in 2022 everyone should know there are regulations there, people must register and all of that. So if it's an issue of information or lack of information, it should be addressed, Chair, in terms of how the council is going to be more visible to child and youth care workers, so on and so forth. So I just needed, to agree that we really need to draw our attention to that particular point so as to avoid such, because how are they practicing if they are deregistered? But of course, to identify them as suggested by Ms. Vogwana, it will actually take us very far so that we address the correct people in that particular regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Buthelezi. I'm going to give Mr. Elman Gallant the opportunity, and I will hand back to the chairperson, the registrar. Mr. Gallant, your answer.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask, to reflect. We want to say thank you to the department for sharing with us the update on this draft project. What is of concern is that the business case that must finalize this project is delayed because only 3 provinces submitted the audit on qualifications. And the only thing that I could see is that they've moved forward is the memo that was submitted for the champion in the national DSD. I just want to ask, is there time frames or any follow-up to the other provinces that they can submit their database of qualifications of child and youth care workers in their provinces, so that there should be some matter of urgency to this project. It seems like it's, for me, a dragging of feet approach. They must get a return date so that we could, have a general view in terms of where are the child and youth care workers and how many. And it's a note of concern to see that, especially in the Northern Cape, 33 people with no qualification. We've given ample time for departments to, put funding there and help child and youth care workers to at least obtain the basic qualification to assist the field in moving forward. And we would like to urge National DSD to give us that support and help the child and youth care profession in terms of their development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I deliberately allowed the engagements to happen because I saw with the comments there are mixed feelings around the issue of the champion, the issue of the qualification audit, and there are a number of concerns that are raised. What is good is the fact that all the questions confirm the need to have more engagements, the need for the task teams to continue doing the work that they were doing or that they've initiated. So let us not want to resolve everything in this session. We're getting feedback, we're reflecting on things, and whatever is a blind spot or a gap that is being highlighted, we are noting it down and we're going to take the discussions forward. So even those who have got the interest on the issue of the champion, I've heard Ms. Vokwana saying there's going to be consultations, the board and council will be engaged every step of the way. So let us not despair. There will be more engagements, but indeed there will be, more need for the task teams to continue vigorously with the work that they've started. There's concern about the DPSA and why they've stopped coming or engaging in the respective task teams where they were supposed to feature. We will look at all of those issues which are highlighted. And Ntate Mekwa from the National School of Government has also indicated the need for one particular province that requested placement of 403 child and youth care workers. We will make sure that we supply the necessary information. And I'm glad that QCTO is here, Health and Welfare Sector is here, but also different SDPs or skills development practitioners are here as well. So there will be engagements. I'm sure your inbox is already starting to get flooded. I am excited to see the energy in the room, and I know it is because we all have the interest of the growth of the sector within us. I want to negotiate with everybody present that we extend the program by 30 minutes. We're going to need 30 minutes to complete the program, and I'm going to be strict now going forward. Let's allow the input by universities to take place, as well as the other guests who are on the program to give their inputs, and then we can have some robust discussions towards the end. But can you please give a round of applause again to Ms. Vokwana and team for the presentation and the honest discussions that we've had, and hope that we will take the process forward in the same spirit. I'm now going to invite Dr. Lisiba, who's the Deputy President, the Deputy Chairperson of the Board Child and Youth Care Work, to come and introduce our colleagues from higher education institutions. Dr. Lisiba, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought before I introduce today's speakers, I must just start with this presentation. Depending on whether you have seen it before or not, you will have a different view on it. Last year, when I shared this picture at the NSCCW conference, I was excited because by then we had newly qualified doctoral graduates. And as we speak this year, 2022, we do not seem to be having any promise of doctoral candidates. And maybe for the next 2 or 3 years, we may not be having new doctoral candidates. It's a worry for me especially with the education, training and development team. We are worried because we would like to see continuity in terms of progress. I have also presented an argument for masters and PhD graduates because if we do that, as a sector, we will be contributing to the National Development Plan of 2030. And currently, there are almost 9 professionals, as you may have seen, who are having PhDs and actively involved in our field. But colleagues, we must also be aware that there is an estimate of more than 20 professionals working and having interest in child and youth care with related master's degrees. So whenever there are opportunities out there, be it in institutions of higher learning or in government and private sector or NGO sector, be aware that there are people who are qualified in the field and who are experienced, and therefore make efforts to actually consider those people to fill those positions. We tend to talk about undergraduates when we talk about opening up institutions of higher learning, but particularly raising the importance of not losing sight on the importance of having PhD graduates, colleagues, because the more PhD graduates we have, the more M&D students we can supervise. And in the past, we have had colleagues from overseas who played a role in the supervision, and we really need to increase the local expertise. The purpose of doctoral education is to make original contribution to knowledge. Child and youth care has got its own specific knowledge, and we need to be sure that we will continue building on that knowledge. The field needs to contribute high-level skills to serve the sector, including within and without outside of the academy. In terms of supervision, in the past, we used to rely on one supervisor model, and the current trends are that we need to include professionals as well who have been in the field, who can also co-supervise and play a role in supervising our students. And we need more doctoral programs to strengthen our discipline and profession and producing specific skills for an economy. We were excited last year when we saw a number of graduates who were supported by the Gauteng provincial government. And we were hoping that more provincial governments will follow suit, and we tend not to hear much happening. And we hope that they can follow suit and also make sure that they support their child and youth care workers. As we stand, Duty and Monash continues to produce child and youth care graduates, and Duty plans to introduce postgraduate diploma and masters in child and youth care. And the question we want to ask is, how can we systematically plan, support and retain these graduates so that we can have what we call lifelong and life-wide learning? I would like to end my slide here, colleagues, and call upon colleagues who have been tasked to come and share with us an update in terms of what they have been doing in their respective institutions of higher learning. And when I look at the program, we've got the first presenter coming from the University of Johannesburg, Dr. Nadesan. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malepo. Greetings to the registrar, members of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, all partners and all protocols observed. Thank you, Lesiba, for that introduction. It was quite amazing to see that we have just 9 PhDs in the field, and I can also share with you that UJ has already started recruiting, as it were, PhD graduates. We've got PhD candidates, actually. We've got one that's already had the proposal accepted and is now at the middle stage of the research. And tomorrow I'm meeting with another potential candidate as well. So in this way, we would also develop a database and add to the existing database of PhD graduates. My feedback is very limited. It's actually quite just to give you feedback on what has happened at UJ. Now, UJ is one of the most recent universities to enter the foray in the development of a new qualification for child and youth care, and also the first for a possible online qualification. And it's pleasing to see so many of our partners at the summit. I'm going to ask the Secretary to change to the next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of background, on the 27th of May 2020, we were approached by a member of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care to consider the online degree at UJ, and we've actually taken this with, we were actually quite proud to be approached to do this, quite honored. So we had a follow-up meeting in July, and what we've learned is that, well, child and youth care workers have access to residential facilities, or had at that time, and largely it was DUT and the IIE that offered the BCYC. And two other universities who we would hear from just now were also considering offering the BCYC. So UJ is considering offering this at level 8 qualification and an online qualification. So this is a professional qualification. Next slide. So at the University of Johannesburg itself, the qualification will lie within the Department of Social Work and Community Development. Now, until recently, we were just the Department of Social Work, and we've also now got a full program, a bachelor's program in community development, and therefore we've extended our name. Hopefully, when child and youth care comes fully on board, then our name would change again to become much more inclusive. It will lie within the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg. What we've agreed that it will be an online offering, and we've not taught this before at UJ, so it's going to be something that we're starting from scratch, but it will be at NQF level 8, which is a 4-year qualification. We've already met with our internal role players, and it's been quite exciting because this will also be a third stream income for UJ as the universities look at these kinds of qualifications as well. The next slide. We've also met with the colleagues from DSD Gauteng, from UNISA and the PBCYC. What we've learned at that stage was that DSD Gauteng has numerous 542 actually child and youth care workers employed there, with 90% of them at the auxiliary level. Child and youth care workers are already in employment at DSD. This impacts on field training, obviously, and what it would mean is that any university now would need to consider the RPL process. Now, I've already alluded to the fact that it will fall within the profile of humanities. What we are looking for is the strengthening through interdisciplinary offerings. So it will not just be within the one department, but when we look at interdisciplinary, we talk about psychology and sociology and development studies, African studies, and other departments, anthropology, etc. And what our target is to get some of these departments to also offer online modules so that it would be easier in terms of the articulation and completion of the degree. We're also networking with other universities, so that we could look at what they have offered. So we've already started meeting with those universities as well. I must admit that progress has not been as fast as we had expected, because we need a dedicated unit to really focus on the development of a proposed qualification. And I hope to give much more progress at the next meeting as well. I now thank you, and I hand you back to Lesiba.
Thank you, colleagues. I see a round of applause. I think the story you have shared with us, Dr. Nadesan, it's very welcome by the participants. Let me just allow a few questions from the participants, and let's see if we can clarify that. Any questions? I see the comment there acknowledging and thanking you, Jay, for the work that they are doing. Mr. Harris?
Thank you. This is not a question, it's more of a comment. With universities, which we're going to hear from, is that it is becoming more and more important for National Department of Social Development to be able to develop the sector plan for the employment of child DQ workers within the different levels, so that although there is a demand and supply model, universities should be able to know what is the demand for the employment of child DQ workers with the degree qualification within government as well as in the private sector. So that plan is something that needs to be worked on by the department so that can be shared with the universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. It was just a comment. If I may ask Mr. Lata to mute the camera. Mr. Ngonyama, you've got your hand up.
Thank you very much to Dr. Nadesan for the beautiful and encouraging presentation. We are all looking forward to UJ to open its doors so that the many child and youth care workers around the country can further their studies. If I may ask, Doc, does UJ have a sense of when the degree or the first admission can start? Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. It takes between 2 and 4 years for a qualification to go through all of the channels and the hoops. So we were hoping for 2024, and I'm hoping that we can still keep to that, but I can't make a promise about that. But thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Let's get the last question from Shani Shazinotolo. Oh, there is another one from Dr. Alsop, but let's end with those two colleagues in that order.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to commend UJ for considering bringing level 8. I also had a question similar to Donald's, but it has been answered. And also maybe a suggestion. It would be that when preparing the whole qualification thing, maybe consider bursaries or some form of funding, because as you said, majority of child and youth care workers are already in the department. So maybe if the National Social Development can come in and actually offer bursaries in child and youth care, because currently there are bursaries for other things in the department except child and youth development. So maybe if the department can actually try and come in. And I also had a thing with the RPL, but I saw it in your presentation because majority is at auxiliary level, meaning there's certificates and diplomas. So I also wanted to find out, is there going to be accreditation for those people to continue do the degree, or you have to start all over again and do the 4 years full? Thank you.
Let's take that last question from Dr. Alsop, then you can answer to both.
Thank you. I don't have a question, actually. Thank you, Dr. Lesiba. Just to say to Dr. Nadesan, thank you very much for the way in which UJ has picked up this challenge with such positivity and such a momentum moving forward. I think it gives us hope in the field. Thank you.
Dr. Nadesan?
Okay, so I'm in terms of the question, can I just ask if she could just repeat the last question, not from Merle, from Shazi?
Okay, it was the one about the RPL or the bursaries.
Okay, so I think there's a very positive feedback on the chat regarding the bursaries from Onkametse. It's actually quite, the DSD is actually has a bursary allocation for the degree in child and youth care, and they've previously funded Monash University. I'm reading directly off the chat. So that's actually very, very encouraging. With regard to the RPL, it's a process. There's the higher education framework that sets out what can be RPL'd and what cannot. And so one would need to set up a committee to do this. In the last summit, we heard the representative, I think it was Miriam from DUT, who had spoken at length about how they were looking at RPLing. We would need to also look at getting a committee going to RPL. We've got to look at the various entry grade into any professional degree, and we know that the entry grade is a level 5. So when one has to RPL, and we're looking at such a large number of persons with no qualifications, this would create a challenge. So hopefully, we'd be able to overcome those challenges. Just to also just add as a final point and then hand over to Lesiba, is that yes, at UJ we've already had one child and youth care worker who's got a master's in and graduated already, and now we just got 2 PhD candidates as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadesan. I think the story is warming our hearts. We really appreciate your presentation. Colleagues, without any waste of time, allow me to also welcome Dr. Mbezi, who is the head of the Department of Social Work within UNISA, to give us an update. Okay, I see Prof. de Kock's hand is up. Perhaps there have been some rearrangements. Prof. de Kock, if you have been tasked to give an update, please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say good morning to everybody. The registrar, the professional board members, members from DSD, as well as practice and all protocols followed. I must make apology for Dr. Mbezi. Unfortunately, at the moment, something came up unexpectedly and he cannot join the summit. From UNISA's side, there's been discussions coming from 2018, and at the end of 2019, it was accepted that we will look at the development of the 4-year degree in child and youth care. And this is a lengthy process, as Dr. Nadesan alluded to. And sometimes I think within UNISA, it is a little bit more complicated than your residential universities. We agreed with it, and we started at the beginning of 2020. But unfortunately, communications fell through the crack in 2020 when COVID came. Since May 2021, we engaged with the professional board and had meetings. It is important to remember also with the development process, it is not for the Department of Social Work to decide on it. It is a UNISA qualification, so we need to get approval from the highest level. The degree will be situated, or yes, with the Department of Social Work, and we already discussing a name change to accommodate the child and youth care work also with the department. We started, there are a number of documents that must be completed to explain everything for the need of the qualification, the possible sustainability of the qualification, and so forth. I'm very happy to hear that there are bursaries available, because that was the last question asked to me from the registrar, because without bursaries, the students will not be able to register. Other bursaries available is that of NEFSAS, that students will be able to apply for. Coming back to our development, unfortunately, it happened that the communication to our registrar were not as smoothly as we would have wanted it. At the moment, we are busy, and that gives us a little bit of a setback. Also, with the CHE and SACSSP developing a new form to be completed. Universities need to do that also and align things with that. We also need to get the child and youth care qualification on the program mix. That is all the qualifications that UNISA is allowed to present, to get that on the list for possible qualifications to be presented before we can continue with actual development of modules and so forth. At the moment, we are at the stage that we've got within our department, we've got the committee for the child and youth care degree. And then we also link with a task team, the development of the qualification. They are members from the professional board, but not all. We've got members from practice, a member from practice also. And at this point, we had a meeting with our registrar, and she indicated for us that for the offering of the degree, we are going to focus on 2014. The lack of this on the program mix makes it impossible for UNISA to do it in 2013 as we previously aimed. So that is an aim, but she gave the commitment that it will definitely start in 2025, if not in 2024. I just want to give you a view of why it takes so long. It is because within UNISA and the other tertiary institutions also, we need to complete these documents to show the need for practice, that there will be students, that there will be funding available for students to study, and also that there will be lecturers available to be appointed at the university to teach these modules and in practice also, which is a great challenge. And then after it went through all the structures within a university and it is approved at the Senate Committee, it goes outside to the Council of Higher Education. previously we had a SACSSP document also, but that's now included in the council's document. And it goes to the Department of Higher Education to be approved. And this also takes some time. The development of the new document, the aim of that with CHE was to streamline the process. So where that could have taken anything from 6 months to 2 years, it is aimed to shorten the period. And then as soon as we've got the thumbs up from CHE, we will be able to start with the development of the at least first year modules, which must be available for students at registration. And that is why we commit ourselves to 2015, but we are working towards 2014, because this is also an integrated process. It is not only the lecturer, there is a team working together within this development, because everything is online. And therefore, most of the people who's got auxiliary or no qualification will be able to access or apply to access the qualification. Then I just want to comment also, within these documents, we need to check on the RPL process. So it is for people coming in, and if they don't qualify for university, direct entrance to the university according to the Higher Education Act, we also need to put in place pathways for them to access. And so that will also be there. Yes, I also want to support one of the previous person from the out of the attendees about that sector plan. That's Mr. Harris. That is important, because information such as that make it easier for a university to motivate also if there's things in place. Especially most of you, I think, know about the previous qualifications offered by the Technikon of Southern Africa, and then merged with UNISA and the phasing out. And one of those reasons was because there were not a sector plan in place. The qualification was not a requirement for appointment or promotion, and consequently we had a very low enrollment, and it was not feasible for the university to continue with that. This time round, it is my passion to make sure that we UNISA get on board so that we can be part of the group that educates and give training to our child and youth care workers. And as soon as we've got the degree approved, we also aim at looking to ask for approval for a master's and a PhD specifically in child and youth care. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, this is an opportunity to ask questions. I don't see any hands coming. I assume that the information was clear, except to say with the years. I think Prof sometimes mentioned 2014, 2015 instead of 2024 and 2025. Let's have the question from Themba Cornelius. Unmute your mic.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I just have a question based on the structure or the content of the types of qualifications that Meforo was talking about.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to check if it is possible that we can upgrade from level 4 and NQF level 4 qualifications to another type of qualifications, and based on the work environment that I'm at currently, there is a still struggle in terms of providing measures in terms of making sure that we do upgrade from level 4 to another type of qualification. So I just want to check if the department has any ways of improving our lives, and also making sure that the level of profession we do move from level 4 qualification to another level if we do want to upgrade. I am aware that in
Thank you very much, Mr. Medias. I think your point is clear. Prof, if you can respond to that.
Thank you for the question, and I want to apologize for that. 2014 and 2015, it is indeed 2024 and 2025. Getting people into the qualification is part of the process within the development of the Bachelor for Child and Youth Care. We need to have the information on the status quo in the practice, and then how we are going to accommodate people who want to register. We have to specify entrance criteria, and then also this must be in line with the Higher Education Act, and it comes into place when I refer to an alternative route. For instance, that one can have an access course to the degree that starts on level 5. People who cannot move directly, like a matric certificate, to the university, and the level 4 is not recognized as equip them enough and prepare them enough for the postgraduate studies, that we get them access course in place, so that as soon as students completed that, they can register for the degree. We do have that with social work, so I don't see why it cannot happen with child and youth care also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for the update. Colleagues, allow me to move to the next speaker in the interest of time. I'm now going to call upon Dr. Hware from DUT. And just to make a comment before as he's coming in, to say those who have got matric, even if you've got level 4, you are free to apply at the universities that are offering this without even going the RPL route. So that is going to be easier and quicker. So we encourage people with matric who are in the field to apply directly, and it will actually speed up the process. Dr. Hware?
Thank you so much, Ntatele Siba. Good morning, everyone. Is it morning still? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just trying to get my presentation up. Is it showing?
It is showing. Thank you.
All right. Let me just get myself on TV as well. That's who I am. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for the invitation that was forwarded to us at DUT to present today at this very important event. We've had a lot of good things that have happened in the profession, a lot of questions, a lot of answers that have been provided. And we hope that with the presentation we're going to make as well, we can be able to add to what is required of us from DUT. Maybe from the very beginning, just to state that as much as I'm doing this presentation, I'm representing quite a number of people that I will acknowledge at the end of my presentation, because it's DUT plus other partners, including the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Workers, the HWCTA. There was representation at some point in between from NACCW, as well as my colleagues at DUT. So in terms of my presentation, I'll be looking at mainly three things: just the background to the project, as was provided by Dr. Zeni earlier, and then we'll talk about the status quo, where we find ourselves today after all the meetings we've had, and then I will provide you with the acknowledgements thereof. When I joined DUT in September last year, which was my second stint, I've been here before, then I came back in the position of HOD in a department called Community Health Studies, which is made up of child and youth care and environmental health. In the very first week when I arrived, through my colleagues that are in the department, we were invited to have a chat with Dr. Zeni about bridging this divide for child and youth care workers. Just like it has been mentioned by the previous question that was said, how do we move from level 4, 5 and into level 8? There's like 2 NQF levels that are missing in between. And that's how we got involved into this project, where we got to learn that we have got a duty to play as one of the public institutions. In fact, the only public institution that is offering a degree at NQF level 8. What role can we play in professionalizing child and youth care? And that was what we were basically asked. We had a series of meetings with the professional board, together with HWCTA and Mr. Ralphs, who I will talk about later, where we were looking at how we can be able to assist their profession in getting auxiliary workers to a higher level. From DUT's side, we had 2 levels that we were looking at of intervention. The first one being at strategic level, and the second one being at operational level. At strategic level, what we looked at, this is a presentation I've given a few words on before. We had to explore access routes and enrollment for people that are currently at auxiliary level. By access routes, we mean, just like Dr. Molepo said earlier, if you've got matric and you meet the requirements to get into the university, you don't have an issue. But if you don't have matric, but you've got other qualifications like NQF level 5, and you need to be RPL'd into a university, we have to follow certain routes for access. The RPL has been mentioned quite a few times in the presentation through UJ, and I will address those later. And we also looked at enrollment. 1,000 people that are out there that need to get to professional level. DUT only given permission to enroll 50 a year. What were we supposed to do? Because the enrollment figures are determined by the university together with the Department of Higher Education and Training, because enrollment at a university is aligned with funding that comes from the department. So we are allowed to do 50 a year. And so when this process started, we had to think about the possibility of increasing the intake of students at DUT. That was at strategic level. And then we also had to consider funding from HWCTA. Would we be able to get funding from HWCTA? And we got into conversation with the CEO in the meetings that we had. And the one question that I remember clearly that we kept throughout, and that Ms. Bokwana was trying to address earlier, came from Mr. Alfred Harris. I still remember the very first meeting that we had, wanting an undertaking from DSD that if we are going to increase these professional people, are they going to be absorbed into the department, into government, the government sphere? And at operational level, that's in DUT now, we had to look at different things. A bridging course. How do we bridge people into the course, colleagues into the course? The entry requirements, if they don't meet them, those that are at level 4, those at level 5, because we've got level 5, 6 and 7 that are still missing, and also to look at the content of the bridging course if we are going to use it. The reason why we use the term bridging course is because we didn't want to stick to RPL as it stands. The understanding of recognition of prior learning and the policies that are used are very restrictive in very many instances, because the policy for RPL at a university allows us to take only 10% of authorized or accredited enrollment figures. So if we take 50 per year, it means we can only take 5 people through the RPL. And when we started the conversation, we requested that we shouldn't talk about this as RPL because it would mean we can't take more people if we stick to the policy of RPL. So we use the term bridging course, which eventually got another term called portfolio development course, which we'll talk about in the next 2 slides. And so we had to look at the current intake at DUT as well as the potential intake. Now this is the crux of the matter, the second to last that I'm going to present. All right. There's somebody whose mic is on. I don't know whether they want to say something. All right. On the left-hand side, we have got what was raised by the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care. When they came to DUT and said, we need to talk, this is what they spoke about on the left-hand side. And on the second column, the column on the right-hand side, those are the responses that happened over a period of time with the meetings that we had since October last year. The first one was there are more than 800,000, 8,000, my goodness, I'm looking at a billion here, 8,000 child and youth care workers at auxiliary level and only 166 at professional level. DUT, what do we do? You have to provide academic development for legible CYC workers at degree level. That was the first request that we had. That's when the discussions started. And the second one was there's a crisis of the shortage of supervisors and lecturers with degrees, as has been mentioned through the presentations that we had. And for lecturers with the master's degree, happy to tell you that at DUT, all the lecturers in our department that are teaching child and youth care have got a master's degree. We've got our lecturers that are currently doing their PhD, and if I have to give the figures on there in answering what's on the right-hand side, is that we currently have got 2 students that are registered for PhD at DUT that are concentrating on child and youth care. And when we come to the master's degree, we've got a new master's degree that has been approved. And we already for 2022 have got 5 registered students that are doing child and youth care, the master's degree in child and youth care, which is quite a move for us. The master's is new, first intake, and we already have got 5 people that are studying. All right. So we've got the master's degree in child and youth care. And in the past week, in response to say there's a shortage of supervisors and access, we have just received accreditation for the postgraduate diploma in child and youth care at DUT. And we currently are finalizing the questions, but we've been given the green light, and we will be offering the PG diploma in child and youth care at DUT. The third thing that was requested was the issue of access. We have been discussing with the HWCTA, with the professional board, as well as Mr. Ralphs, a development of a portfolio access course for auxiliary care workers. And that is work in progress. That is just awaiting the green light when we get funding from the funding application that we put in, that we will be able to offer that to auxiliary workers. Like the gentleman who asked from level 4, those are the people that we'll also be looking at as we need to move colleagues to level 5 at least. Number 3, the question was there's not enough universities offering the degree and there's not enough distance learning degree programs. Very happy to hear that UJ is coming on board and that UNISA is also coming on board. That is going to alleviate the pressure of having to meet the requirements by the professional board. From our side, in the next week, as I'm talking to you, we will be meeting with our Center for Education and Learning for potential of delivering an online degree in child and youth care. This has been discussed with colleagues, and we will be offering what we call an ODL, online distance learning in child and youth care. So this is work in progress, but we have heard the voice from the professional board, from the practitioners, and DUT will be offering that in the coming years. And point number 4, there's an issue that says there are few bursary options for degree studies or internship opportunities for child and youth care workers. This is where we went out together with the professional board and put an application through for a 4-year fully funded degree for child and youth care workers that will be able to study at DUT on a fully funded, if it is funded by the HWCTA based on the availability of funds. But that will be able to take an extra 60 students over and above the 50 that we take per year. Once the funding is granted, we'll be able to increase the intake at DUT to another 60, giving us an extra a total of 110 students intake every year, which is going to go a long way in alleviating the numbers that we spoke about of 1,000 people that need to be taken care of. All right. And lastly, just from the DUT side, we'd like to say we are available for conversation. You know, sometimes when you get onto social media and you read about how frustrated our young people are, our colleagues in the field are, but you need to talk to us with issues concerning RPL. We have an RPL policy at DUT. It's there, it's standing, you can approach us. All the questions that you have, I know that the questions have arisen here about RPL, but RPL is on merit for every single person. So we might not be able to answer a question on RPL for everyone at the same time. But write to us, call us, set up an appointment and find out how we can be able to assist. What happens on social media is good for chats, but you need to come to where the action is. So we are saying as DUT, please speak to us for concerns that you have. We work closely with the board, with the HWC, with the National Association for Childcare Workers, and we can be able to provide what is required in terms of development in the field of child and youth care. And in closing, like I said, I'm not the only person that is involved in the whole presentation here. I've had meetings together with a variety of colleagues. We had Ms. Aileen Brass, who's going to come after me, the lady with the money. She is the CEO of the Health and Welfare SETA. Dr. Lisiba Mulepo, Dr. Zeni Tambadou, Mr. Ralphs, who actually helped us to develop the portfolio development curriculum that we will be using at DUT. And of course, the Child and Youth Care Program at DUT, our lecturers that most of you do know if you don't, we've got Professor Ray Bagwan, we've got Ms. Miriam Siluma, Ms. Shalin Singh, Mrs. Toby Letengwa, as well as Dr. Fatima Diwan, our newly minted doctor who graduated last year in December. And we have got Mrs. Anusha Karamchand, who is the departmental secretary. And this is the team that has put all this information that's in this presentation together. And thank you very much for the opportunity, Dr. Lisiba, and that will be it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khware. Colleagues, I think the presentation was very clear. The enthusiasm was there. Dr. Khware joined the department in less than 18 months or so. Look at the work that has been done. So we are grateful for that kind of energy and work. Madam Registrar, I'm handing back to you in the interest of time without taking questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lisiba. I want to just thank all the universities that gave us an update in terms of developments to host or present a new qualification in child and youth care, specifically Dr. Nadesan, who's also indicated she's having load shedding issues. She might lose her battery life. Dr. Prof. Desiree de Kock from UNISA, Dr. Khware from DUT. I want to thank all of you for the amazing work. It just shows that with teamwork and when we have dialogues, we can achieve so much. So congratulations to all the institutions that have been working tirelessly with the board over the many months to make sure that we are moving the sector forward. So can we have another round of applause for the board and the respective stakeholders that have done the amazing work? A round of applause, please. Thank you. I'm now going to invite one of our supportive stakeholder, Health and Welfare SETA, that has continued over the years to listen to us and give support and find solutions and offer, opportunities to unlock more opportunities for our different designations in the health and welfare space. Mayor Elaine Brass, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Health and Welfare SETA. Welcome, sis.
Thank you so much, Registrar. A very good afternoon to you, Registrar, the Deputy President of the SACSSP, the Chairperson of the Professional Board, Child and Youth Care, Council and Board members, as well as other members of the SACSSP, the Department of Social Development today, universities and colleagues. Registrar, it is an absolute honor to offer a message of support at this Professional Board of Child and Youth Care Summit. The theme of valuing a resilient profession is well chosen. And no one can deny that the profession has indeed been resilient over the decades, and in particular in the midst of the various crises that has come our way. Child and youth care workers in particular are passionate about the work that they do. They are passionate about youth, the communities, and this allows them to be resilient in the midst of poor remuneration. This is quite an issue, and we certainly admire this, but understand that this must definitely change. We have certainly seen how, in just the recent weeks of the devastating floods in KZN, how our child and youth care workers have been there for our youth and communities. Child and youth care workers in the Pinetown district, for example, Registrar, supported community halls by visiting them daily to help support these communities by keeping the children occupied with educational activities while parents looked for their belongings during the devastation, and where they also were looking for missing loved ones. The HWC in particular continues to support the social sector and its needs. The needs of the sector is numerous, as we have heard, but for child and youth care in particular, the need for this particular profession is evident in the valuable work that these workers do. The HWC achieves its greatest impact through partnerships, and I cannot emphasize this more. So in the field of child and youth care, the HWC has partnered with various organizations, as has been mentioned this morning, and the Department of Social Development to mobilize impact in the area of child and youth care. The HWC has funded child and youth care qualifications over a number of years with great success. In particular, 2021 year saw us funding 350 workers, was recognized in this year for RPL for child and youth care work level 4. This was funded by the HWC. Then in the following year, the HWC partnered with the NACCW to fund 100 child and youth care workers on an internship for a period of 12 months. The internship is a pilot project in the KZN area and has resulted in 2 child and youth care workers in 50 schools being accommodated. These workers specifically, amongst other work, address bullying in schools. The project is ongoing and we look forward to the impact that this one will have. Furthermore, the HWC included in this funding agreed to pay for the professional registration fees for these 100 workers at the council. Our most partnership with the Professional Board on Child and Youth Care and the DUT was in creating a path for child and youth care workers to enter into the second-year degree, and this registrar is bearing traction, and the reality of supporting more child and youth care at the professional level is viable. So the HWC will certainly support this project, and as has been well articulated by Dr. Muti in his presentation just before mine. The HWC will support child and youth care learners through bursaries to obtain a professional degree in child and youth care. There are a number of child and youth care practitioners within the Department of Social Development that have a number of years' experience but do not have a relevant qualification in child and youth care. These candidates qualify for an RPL process, and the strategic plan of RPL by the department will be translated into a plan to RPL these workers through funding by the HWC over a number of financial years. As you have seen, the numbers are quite large, so that's why we have committed over a number of financial years, and we will be continuing with meetings with the departments in the next. HWC has also heard through the summit the crisis of current child and youth care workers who are in danger of losing their registration with the council due to the registration and annual fees not being paid. Deregistration will exacerbate the problem of unemployment. The HWSETA will open discussions with the SACSSP to see how we can fund most, if not all, these outstanding fees. Furthermore, Registrar, the HWSETA will be meeting with the Department of Social Development on various internship and work experience opportunities in the area of child and youth care to support child and youth care expertise within the department. And then finally, Registrar, the HWSETA will be opening up communication with the Department of Basic Education in relation to child and youth care deployment in child and youth care deployment of interns in various schools. So we are quite excited to be embarking on that as well. The need for child and youth care workers in schools to support learners cannot be overemphasized, and in fact will have great impact to the learner, the school, and the community to address social challenges. Registrar, just to mention that this year especially marks a great achievement in the awareness brought about by the Professional Board of Child and Youth Care and the SACSSP in acknowledging and bringing the contribution of the child and youth care worker in our society and economy to the attention of key stakeholders in government as well as private sectors. So the HWSETA, through its future plans, will continue to support child and youth care mid-level skills, RPL, and professional levels of child and youth care. Thank you, Registrar.
A round of applause, please, for the Health and Welfare SETA for the amazing work and commitment that we've had. This is exactly what Tate Ngonyama was saying at the beginning, to say, let's not talk. We want to see action. And I think what Mebras has just mentioned now indicates the commitment and the value of stakeholder partnership, because when we work together and we have a common goal, we will certainly be able to achieve all that we put our hearts onto. So thank you so much, Health and Welfare SETA, for the commitment. And we certainly look forward to more engagements, especially to avert the issue of having unqualified or unregistered people working in the sector or face the prospect of unemployment. So we look forward to having that meeting as a matter of urgency, and also the pledge to support, ongoing continuous professional development for certain practitioners. So thank you so much, Mayor Brass. Are there any questions? I know there's a number of questions in the chat. I'm going to request that we take a few questions. Let me just see. Most of them are messages of appreciation. Thank you for all that, colleagues who have contributed their questions or comments. Are there any burning issues filled to Mayor Brass?
Thank you, Registrar. Can I perhaps?
Sure, go ahead, Ndata Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Brass, for a very exciting and presentation and the commitment from the HWSETA. My question is, you heard earlier this morning that the Department of Social Development don't have funding to employ a childcare worker to assist with moving childcare work forward in the department. My question would be, is there funding from HWSETA to fund such a post? Thank you.
Thank you. Mercy Luma.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, Registrar, for the opportunity. And thank you so much for the HWSETA for such a wonderful job that promotes child and youth care in this country. I just wanted to find out from the HWSETA whether is there any funding that is available for child and youth care workers who are pursuing their PhD, and if it is there, how do people access it? Thank you.
Thanks, Miriam. Dr. Tambadou.
Thank you. I don't have a question, Chairperson. I just have a comment to make, and just to express, I think from the professional board, our deep appreciation to HWC for coming on board, understanding the issues in the childcare sector, and repeatedly demonstrating from one summit to the other a response that is immediate and that is very relevant. And I think the crisis on the deregistration of so many child and youth care workers, mainly women who would be who are unemployed or in struggling with issues of stipend, that response of generosity is well appreciated, and just to acknowledge that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. T. Ngonyama.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is not a question. I also want to thank HWC on behalf of Council for the excellent partnership and understanding the challenges on the ground and doing so much. I mean, when we look at all what the CEO has indicated that the CETA will support, and it's already supporting, it is a lot of support that the sector is getting, and we would like to appreciate that support and the continued partnership. Thank you very much to the CEO and the board of CETA for the great work. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to now hand over to Mebras to reflect and give a response to the question around funding a post, as we've heard the challenges with the National Department, as well as funding or access for those who want to pursue postgraduate studies. Over to you, Mebras.
Thank you so much, Registrar, and thank you for all the kind words of gratitude. We really appreciate that, and it encourages us, so thank you for that. I can't believe that I forgot the PhD issue. So absolutely, the HWC will come in and we will fund PhD candidates. We do have a postgraduate funding window. So anyone that is interested in doing their PhD or even masters in child and youth care to please actually contact me. And we will ensure that we can give you support through that to also ensure that we have more PhDs, because 9 in the country is definitely not good enough. With regards to funding an actual post, that is not in the HWC's mandate. But what we were actually thinking is perhaps we can support the department with either internships of child and youth care. Maybe it could even be an internship at a more senior level, or perhaps workplace experience of a child and youth care person that will actually assist them with capacity there. Thank you, Registrar.
Thank you so much for the commitment. We appreciate the responses. And now I'm going to hand over to Mayor Isabel from the National Department and to present an apology from the Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, who wanted to join us but has been called to another meeting on diplomatic ties with Zim. So she's not going to be able to join us. And also Ms. Koteka Nokoduka has been called to an urgent meeting within the department, so she's not able to give the input on looking ahead. But we know that exciting things are happening with the Department of Basic Education in terms of looking at possible placement in the department, in schools, sorry. So we will update the sector in terms of developments that are coming. I would like now Ms. Isabella Sikawana, the Acting Deputy Director, Welfare Services in the National Department, to take to the podium. Ms. Isabella.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. Let me appreciate the opportunity that has been granted to me representing the department, and let me greet everybody here and the organizers of this important session. The president of the Child and Youth Care and the president of the council, I've noted that she's also here, but all members of the council and members of the board, and most importantly, the child and youth care workers themselves and my colleagues from other government departments. I must start by saying that, as the Department of Social Development, we have always taken the child and youth care
child and youth care work profession very serious. And I think when we can reflect back on all the processes that we have engaged on, it really, shows that we are saying that this is an important cadre of work that are at the forefront of addressing the issues of the social ills, especially focusing on the children, the children that are vulnerable. So we are saying that without this cadre of worker and without any other social service practitioners, we cannot be able to implement our policies that we have developed, and we cannot be able, to implement any frameworks, any strategies that we have come up with. Hence, when you look at the journey, Madam Registrar, that we have traveled, we are the ones who were at the forefront of championing that the human resource strategy that basically begins to say that we've got three critical categories of occupations that are important in delivering the services. And child and youth care work is one of them. We are the one who said in that particular human resource model to say that it is important that, we should have occupation-specific supervision and management. And it's for the acknowledgement that we are making that it is important that each and every occupation must be managed and must be supervised by its own occupation. So I must say that we are together in that. Now, having said that, Madam Registrar, I don't have a speech that I have prepared. However, I just want to reflect on what has been presented in this summit. The numbers that have been given, especially by Dr. Tambadou, and the picture that we got in terms of the status of the child and youth care workers, based on the audit that has been conducted by the department, they are quite worrying, and therefore I would also agree with the fact that the child and youth care work is in crisis. And having said that, this is a multifaceted problem that needs, a multidisciplinary approach. It needs that all of us must come together in terms of ensuring that we come up, with interventions or strategies to ensure that we really deal with the crisis that we are faced up with. And I am glad that we have acknowledged that all of us, have a role to play. I really also am excited about the progress that has been made with regard to other sectors, your institutions of higher learning, the eagerness that I have seen, of the stakeholders that are saying, all of us, we are here, we want to see an improvement in this sector. Now, the point of departure, the audits that we have come up with, we as the department need to fast track, the conducting of the audit, the finalization of the audit, but also we need to take it beyond the department and, go further to the sector, to the NGO sector and the private sector itself. That will assist us in terms of making meaningful interpretation of the numbers that we have put there. The number of 9,730, what does it mean? The auxiliary child and youth care workers that we have come up with, the number that we have come in, what does it mean? Does it mean that we've got people with relevant qualification? And if we don't have people with relevant qualification, I also liked what Tate Kabasia has put forward, and it has been very much progressive to say that we really need to come up with a very clear plan, because I see this this audit that we are conducting, assisting us in terms of understanding the sector better and being able to say what are the actual problems that are confronting the sector. And we must really be honest with ourselves, all of us in the sector, because I want to believe that these problems are multifaceted. We talked about those those qualified child care workers who have not even also received their certificates. We have those that are not employed. We have those that are employed but are not well remunerated. And we've got those that are not registered, not because they don't have the means. Some do not have the means, but not all of them do not have means, but they are not aware. They are not aware of the importance of, ensuring that they register. So we need to come up with a plan that is going to be able to address all the issues, you know, that are confronting the sector. As a collective, we need to put our heads together. We need to work together to ensure that, you know, we really make a difference in the sector of child and youth care. And we need at the end of the day to say, this is where the sector was and this is where it has gone. We need to ensure that we leave a legacy for our children, because it is very much important that our children get, you know, quality service. And if we talk about quality service, it means that we need to invest resources, we need to invest expertise, we need to invest skills in ensuring that, you know, child protection that our children get is of high quality. So I'm very much excited that, you know, this session is happening and we are beginning to see movement. Madam Chairperson, I want to pause and thank you very much.
Can you unmute, Madam Registrar?
Oh, yeah. My apologies. Thank you, Mayor Isabel, for your reflections and commitment on behalf of the department to continue to work with other stakeholders for the advancement of the child and youth care work sector for the greater benefit of our children in the country. I want to just flag one question for Mayor Brass, which was raised around delays in issuing competency certificates once people have finalized their training. I think it was Ms. Fiona who raised this issue. I must just find that one. There's also a question which I want to reflect to my colleagues from the QCTO, which often comes up, that people do not want to go back to classes, or when we're talking about the regulations requiring people to get some form of qualification, there seems to be resistance on the ground. So the one question is to the health and welfare sector. It's about delays, how many CYCs are affected, who completed their modules and were found competent, but are still waiting for their certificates. And this also creates a problem because at council, we are not able to finalize their registration if they do not have their qualification certificates. So the other issue is just for Dr. Bolton and Mr. Latta to talk to the issue of our auxiliary, you know, level registrants who find it difficult because some of them are older people who have been long working in the sector, but the act or the regulations require that they must enroll within a period from the time they are registered with a service provider so that they can get a qualification, whether it's level 4, level 5, a diploma, and so forth. We find that some employers are, you know, expressing disappointment that they have to let people go because they don't want to study. Is there anything that we can assist or reassure such people that whereas they have to write exams, it's competency-based, which means maybe they can do an oral exam, they don't have to fear sitting for a written exam, but there will be other options available to such. So if my colleagues from QCTO can just chip in after Mebras. Over to you, Mebras.
Thank you very much, Registrar. We do not accept any delay in certificates. So please will you then write to me directly if you know of any child and youth care learners that are still to receive certificates, and I will ensure that we will look into the matter. Just as long as, you know, the processes have been followed, the learners have been registered on our system and the verifications have taken place. But please then write to me directly and I'll ensure that if there is any delay, that those certificates are issued without any further delay, Registrar. Thank you.
Thank you for the commitment to resolve the matter. So anybody who's got queries around delayed issuing of certificates, whether you're an SDP out there or you're a learner, kindly write to the Health and Welfare Sector for the attention of the CE, and then it will be resolved or escalated to the right division. Thank you, Mayor, for that commitment. Ntate Latta or Mayor Bolton, can you kindly talk to the issue of competency-based exams and the fear of getting a qualification because somebody thinks it's about, exam like at school. Can anybody from the QCTO please respond?
Okay, yes. This is Heidi Bolton. I'm from SACSSP, and I cannot speak directly to this point, but I could go back to SACSSP in related information. Are you talking about the fear of exams and the way one needs to accommodate adult learning? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Especially that latter part, accommodating adult learners, because we've got lots of those in the child and youth care space. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this falls more under the QCTO. Yeah, but it's very important because, SACSSP supports, RPL and articulation pathways, and that consists of the qualifications being lined up and the CAT plugging the, but it also includes learner support and flexible vision. So SACSSP definitely promotes those two, but let me hand over to the QCTO.
That the latter. Okay, I don't see him answering, but I know he joined the meeting. We will solicit a response from the QCTO, a definite response to support all SDPs to understand what they can do to give support to their adult learners or any person at auxiliary level who might be having fear to sit for exams, that they should. The system is supportive. So we will through our education and training development division, we will follow up on that one with SACSSP and with QCTO to just share with the sector that it is okay for people to still endeavor, especially because the regulations require people to be registered. If they have been registered with council using their job description and appointment letter, they need from that time when they are registered to enroll within 4 years. So by 2023, most of the people will be falling out of the system because they have failed to enroll for some qualification. But as we do the outreach work that will be happening from now going forward, we will make sure that we address this issue and we share information with employers so that they can disseminate it to their employees and encourage them to do enroll through accredited training providers who are either registered with the QCTO or with the Health and Welfare SETA. I will now hand over to Ms. Mbuso, our Communications and Public Relations Officer, to talk to the issue of voting. Lungi?
Good afternoon, Chair, and all protocols observed. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the practitioners that we currently running the elections, as the sector is aware that on the 29th of April, we sent out messages to practitioners who are registered with council to cast their votes, stating that from the 29th, they can start with the voting process up until the 16th of May at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. What is important, once one receives the message that we sent on the 29th, is to quickly go to our website and to click on the landing page, which is about elections, where you'll be able to see different candidates, and you can be able to familiarize to what you want to elect, which person you want to elect. So the minute one gets that email, it's advisable for them to go to our website and to check the candidates and also familiarize themselves with the process of elections. So currently, we're encouraging everyone who hasn't started with the voting process to do so. But at the moment, I'm really impressed with the number of votes we are getting compared to the manual voting that we used to do previously. So I'm really encouraging the sector to cast their votes, and also the employers who are here to really encourage their staff who are practitioners, who are registered, to really encourage them to cast their votes and hold those people accountable going forward. And if there is anyone who is struggling to open the link for the elections, they can send their request or assistance to elections@sacsssp.co.za. We'll be able to troubleshoot. Or if someone cannot open the link for whatever reason, we will be able to send the manual ballot paper. But first, we will try by all means to assist as this platform is convenient. So if there are any questions, I will take those questions now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Lungi, for the reminder. And I see that Slaber is saying he voted yesterday. It is very easy and user-friendly. Thank you very much for the feedback. So anyone with questions or concerns, I know that most of the child and youth care sector, especially those who might have submitted documents and are waiting, have been saying, I've just got a number. I don't know whether I can be eligible to register because I don't have a certificate or a practice card. So those concerns we have noted because the board has elevated them. But currently, those who have a number and are able to log onto the system, it will validate. So when you try the number that you have, the system will validate if it is authentic for you to proceed to the next step and cast your vote. But let's hear questions and comments from the gallery. And if somebody can help us reflect questions from the YouTube, if there are any questions that might have been posted, please share so that we can throw them into the gallery as well. Are there any questions on elections? Okay, it seems the message is very clear. Thank you so much, Lungs, for sharing. And people can always send to the troubleshooting email that we have shared if you are experiencing problems. Thank you so much. I'm now going to call Ndate Onkemetsi Kabasia, who is representing the South African Council for Social Service Professions, standing in for the president who had wished to be here, but due to ill health, is unable to join us. Ndate Kabasia.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. And maybe thank you very much, colleagues, for all the inputs that have been made.
So are you able to reveal your video so that people can connect the name to the face?
My apologies, I don't have my eyelashes on, so.
Okay.
I haven't set my background correctly, and I'm not in a space good enough to be reflected in the background. So for now, Chair, let me apologize. Chair, I will not be long because a lot has been said by all the speakers who have spoken here today. I think it's always important to reflect on the two themes that informs our discussion and this summit today, or the feedback summit today. I just firstly want to talk about the theme we adopted for the summit. We spoke about a crisis in child and youth care in South Africa. And I think while we sometimes get consumed by a crisis as meaning conditions of service, salaries, opportunities for development, and so forth, we tend to forget the fact that part of what we have reflected in our theme is the impact the current situation has on the welfare of children and youth. And I think if we acknowledge and appreciate that, we will take note of the fact that even today, as we are sitting here, children who are in the system currently, who are not receiving the best of services, will be adults tomorrow by the time we conclude on some of the work that we have been speaking about today. And that in itself calls for urgency across the board in as far as dealing with this matter. We have to acknowledge as the council that our term of office is coming to an end in the next few months. If I'm not mistaken, Registrar, it would be around July, if I'm not mistaken. We had sought as a South African Council for Social Service Professions, when we were sworn in, we committed to deal with the issues of child and youth care work as a priority for our term of office. The council has done a lot, led by the professional board, but a lot still needs to be done, and a lot can be done, at least before the end of the term, which is confirmed to be the 31st or the 30th of June 2022. So that when the handover to the new council happens, we should really hand over a good progress made over the action plan that we adopted during the summit, and we should have achieved a lot from the work that is driven by different work streams. And in doing so, we will then be laying a platform for those that will come after this council to conclude on the good work that would have been done by the current council. But clearly, there is a lot that needs to be followed through in the month of May and June to make sure that we really conclude on the basics of what we had committed to do, to make sure that we leave this sector different from what it was when this council came into office about 5 years ago. So we're calling upon members of council, the board, the national DSD, organized labor in particular, because the people we are talking about are employees of the departments, of government generally, but also they are members of organized labor themselves. That we need to really prioritize these discussions at all platforms where we've got some level of leverage and influence to drive the interest of the sector in that regard. We were also reminded of the theme, valuing a resilient profession. There is no doubt, colleagues, that child and youth care has proven to be a very resilient profession. But what has been debated, discussed today, brings into the fore a question whether we have demonstrated enough to show that we value this profession. And I know that sometimes we specifically speak about the first line of attack becomes it's directed to National Department of Social Development. But I think this platform that has been created by council has actually demonstrated to us that the work around child and youth care work can be driven and led by the National Department of Social Development, but without the contribution of other structures in government, particularly other departments like your DPSA, Treasury and others, without the contribution of CETA, universities, the National School of Government, and many other structures. I don't think the Department of Social Development can be able to make any major inroads at the pace which we would want it to do. And therefore, there seems to be an appreciation from everyone that we must all put the shoulder to the wheel and make sure that we support the work that is currently being done, and make sure that when we leave our respective portfolios, history will judge us better if indeed we're ever given the mandate to deal with issues of child and youth care. So our actions must demonstrate that we are indeed valuing this profession, because keeping it resilient without us attributing the necessary value to it will equals to nothing. And at some point, I am certain that this resilience will fade away, because you can only be resilient up to a particular time. Without the necessary support, without guidance, without the resources are needed, it may not always be possible to sustain that resilience that we are talking about. So my reading of the theme of this week, it's not more about appreciating the resilience, because that is what we know, but it is about time to look at ourselves as different stakeholders and say, have we demonstrated the value we attach to this profession of child and youth care, to the extent that 47 years down the line, we shouldn't be talking about conditions of service, we shouldn't be talking about representation at national, we shouldn't be talking about universities not training child and youth care work, when we know that the bigger part of our population is actually children in our country. And looking at the kind of social ills that we experience in the homes, in schools, and everywhere, there's no doubt that the presence and the footprint of child and youth care is needed everywhere. So it is quite an important theme, but most importantly, let's continue to demonstrate the kind of value we attach to the contribution being made by child and youth care workers across the country, both in government as well as in the non-profit organizations. Certainly, there are certain things that cannot wait. The issue of development and professionalization remains most critical for all of us. But I also want to challenge the child and youth care workers themselves, because when opportunities are put before us, including issues of recognition of prior learning, including accessing bursaries that are being made available. In fact, as the summit went on, I was engaged in our human resource development team in the department, and they have raised concerns that we have seen the decline in the application for bursaries for child and youth care work in the department. So I also want to hear us being able to use this platform as child and youth care workers to call each other out and to make sure that we do what is right. I understand that a lot of people would not have registered with the council or paid their registration fees because of the kind of challenges that they may experience. But I also know that there are those who can afford to pay registration fees or even sacrifice to pay registration fees, but they are not doing it. So as much as we are able to sit in this platform for national DSD to call out provinces, for provinces to call out national DSD, and for everyone to call each other in this platform, we must also call ourselves, as child and youth care workers to do what is right. When opportunities are presented, we must flood these opportunities to the benefit of ourselves as individual professionals, but most importantly, for the benefit of the sector as a whole. Because we cannot have a situation where child and youth care workers are given an opportunity to participate in a recognition of prior learning process with total support from the department, from council, from the SETA. but they still do not take, make use of those opportunities and take advantage of such opportunities. But all in all, ladies and gentlemen, it is not all lost. I think good progress have been made. Thank you to the council. Thank you to the board. Thank you to DSD. Thank you to all partners in this environment. And we are looking forward to universities as well playing the social and academic responsibility, making sure that they produce the caliber of workers that we need to make sure that children that are in our institutions and those that are in communities who require child and youth care support are provided with such by professionals produced by our universities, who I know are amongst the best in the world, and we should be able to lead in the production of this very critical caliber of social service professions. Madam Registrar, maybe let me stop there and encourage all of us to increase our pace and put the shoulder to the wheel, and the future looks bright if we were to work together the way we are doing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rekabasia. A round of applause. I can see a standing ovation of clapping for you. You've really touched the hearts of people with the moving tribute that you have given, which forces us to reflect and introspect in terms of a value proposition for this resilient sector of professionals, that we have a joint responsibility to make sure that we grow the sector. We cannot be talking about the same issues 47 years later. We must join hands and do a lot of work to change the landscape in the best interest of children and youth. Thank you so much, Ndeteka Basia, for that. And also encouraging child and youth care workers to grab opportunities, because the window is open. They must open it, grab it with two hands before they miss out on the next cycle of other opportunities. And we thank you as our leader within Council, but also for the innovative work that you have championed in Gauteng to make sure that the child and youth care work sector is recognized and that it's possible. So Gauteng will become a best practice model for other provinces to do what you have done. Thank you so much. I want to now hand over to Mr. Francisco Cornelius, Chairperson of the Professional Conduct Committee of the Board, Child and Youth Care Work, to give us a summary. Dr. Cornelius.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I know we are way over time, but a summary is a summary, and I'm going to do my best to ensure that I refresh your memory in terms of what I've captured throughout the morning session. After a very warm welcome by the Registrar, Melangi Malamba, we had an address by the National Chairperson of the NSCCW. He acknowledged child and youth care workers for their unselfish contributions they make over the years in the lives of children and youth, and especially those in alternative care programs across the country. This then was followed with an address by the Deputy President of the South African Council for Social Service Professions, where he pointed out that whilst we are celebrating child and youth care workers for their contributions in the lives of orphan and vulnerable children, they still do not get the recognition they deserve, and that we must value these people who serve other people's children. We must care for the people who care for our orphan and vulnerable children in South Africa. He left us with a question: are we acting enough to do what we need to do? Dr. Tambadou then spoke about the background to the crisis in the child and youth care sector, the inequalities of the social service professions, and specifically that not enough is being done to ensure that the appointment of child and youth care workers in positions that matter, like in the Department of Social Development at deputy director and director level positions, so that child and youth care workers can advocate for their counterparts across the sector. She also highlights the fact that many child and youth care workers, from who the majority are women, but are unemployed due to of them not being qualified, they are still unemployed. And even those who are qualified and employed still only earn stipends. She acknowledges the efforts, though, by some stakeholders
This is
to continue to work with
the most
professional
complete full-stack application development platform for professional developers.
Crisis, in the sector. There remains a need for the DSD and the NPOs to ensure that the regulations be responded to as far as the employment and recognition of child and youth care workers are concerned. Mr. Alfred Harris introduced Ms. Fokwana from the National Department of Social Development, who took us through the updates of the business case regarding job descriptions and enhancement for child and youth care workers. The first point she addressed was the issue of appointment of a representative in the National Department of Social Development to head on child and youth care matters. Someone who internally was identified and will be appointed soon. Unfortunately, it is not a child and youth care worker who will fulfill this role. She spoke about the job description qualifications audit that will be done to determine how to move forward on determining human capital management in the sector for child and youth care workers. One of the questions then was asked was regarding the appointment of the champion for child and youth care workers in the DSD, and if the person will have a qualification and experience in child and youth care work. There were some responses to the questions, but there will be ongoing work on this matter. Dr. Malepo then spoke out on the argument for masters and PhD graduates in the child and youth care sector. The reality is that in South Africa, we do not have enough graduates in the sector. And what are we doing to increase these numbers? And what are we doing about retaining our expertise? And what are the universities doing to attract new admissions to the child and youth care work degree? The University of Johannesburg, Dr. Nadesan then reported that they started the process to embark on a child and youth care work degree. This was followed by UNISA, who is also in the process of developing the degree. And in both cases, the degree would become available probably around 2024, 2025. The DUD's representative has always been there to support the development of child and youth care workers and has embarked on extra courses to ensure that people could access their training. The HWCTA then gave the message of hope and will continue to fund and support child and youth care training. We welcome the plan to address the matter of deregistration of child and youth care workers that further exacerbate and contribute to the socioeconomic challenges in our country. The HWCTA has promised to continue communications and assistance where the lack of funding is concerned. We are certainly grateful for their commitment. We then had a message from the Office of the Minister by Ms. Fokwana. She said that child and youth care workers has always been important to the Department of Social Development. Without child and youth care workers, we cannot respond to critical services for children in the country. We thank you for this. She agrees that the challenges need to be addressed and the processes must be fast-tracked so that we don't delay any further. Mr. Kabasia then ended off by giving us an extremely good message of hope. And also, we would like to thank him and his officials for taking a lead on the employment of child and youth care workers in very important positions in Gauteng. And I echo what the registrar just said, that they become the flagship for the rest of the country. I would like to thank all the presenters for their inputs, commitment and planning to ensure that child and youth care workers are recognized, developed and enhanced so that children will receive effective essential services wherever they may need it. We are plowing the way for younger child and youth care workers for the future to enter the field over the next 10, 20, 30 years and even beyond. Let's continue the conversations for a brighter future. Thank you, Madam Registrar.
Thank you so much, Ndate Cornelius, for a brilliant summary. And I want to thank you for taking your time to highlight all the critical issues which were flagged by each and every presenter that we had. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Lisiba to do the closing and the vote of thanks. And for my part as your program director, I want to thank you for your cooperation and hope that the many questions that have been raised through our communications office, we will combine them or compile them and add some answers to them and share so that we can remind people of what we said. So we will be sharing it in the next coming weeks after we've consolidated everything from the YouTube stream and also on the chat box. Thank you so much and have a lovely weekend. That will be all from me. Over to you, Dr. Lisiba.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. Colleagues, allow me to thank the Registrar for having guided us through this program. We really appreciate your guidance. You have had several speakers this morning, and Mr. Cornelius mentioned them by name, as well as the inputs that they have made. Therefore, I'm not going to go through those names again. Just know that we appreciate the hard work that you have put into your presentations and your speeches. We really appreciate that. Before this feedback summit could take place, there were quite a number of planning sessions whereby council members, staff members were also involved, board members, and I'm also referring to board members of social work as well as child and youth care work played a role in one way or another. I would like to thank you all for your contributions, colleagues. There have been very different departments represented as well as organizations. We appreciate having taken your time to come and be with us here. But specifically, I would like to thank those child and youth care workers who attended, especially in their individual capacities, because they wanted to hear for themselves what the board has been doing so far. And your participation, you asked questions, you made comments, and some of those questions have been responded to. We really appreciate the engagement. Colleagues, this is the end of our program. And I would like to encourage you to follow the instructions as outlined by Membuso about voting, as this is the last session. I mean, we are moving closer to the end of the term of the current board for child and youth care. And I hope you've got an idea of what they have been trying to do all along. With those few words, I really would like to propose that we close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Auntie Pat. Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely weekend and a lovely day further.
Thank you, Madam Registrar.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone, and enjoy your
Bye,
weekend.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.